I'm here with Jacqueline Cherepinsky, friend, longtime collaborator, and how did we meet?
Backstage. We met on Backstage. You had an ad for some kind of movie. I responded, and I think you had already filled it, but you called me, and we talked for like 3 hours or something, or 2 hours.
Yeah, I remember the you were telling me about like abandoned places and whatnot, and I forget if I told you, like me that's actually the first date that I went to with like Emma. So I was like looking nearby, like where she was and like where we could meet up, and it's like, oh, why is this saved? And I was like, oh, was it the old bottle cap factory or
Yeah,
something?
it was like a
the
bottling
ruins.
factory. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
it's really cool.
yeah. And then we what was it? We did also like with when it comes to the podcast, we'll just talk about anything. I don't have any structure with this. I just kind
fine.
of sit down and talk. So we did what was it? We did Benny Boy together.
Right. Well, we first did Intolerance together.
Oh yeah, that's
That
right.
was the first time I met you, and it was pouring rain. Well, it started out like promising that day. It was like, it was what, May or June, something like that, and it was warm out, and everything was delayed. Like we were like setting up, and then we started filming, and then it started pouring rain, and we had to film in the rain, and then we had to take everything inside. And then
Yeah.
after that, we did Benny Boy, partly in this house. What else did we do? Oh, we did Historically Haunted.
Yeah, remember that.
Yeah.
And then what? Yeah, was it Benny Boy? Actually, I'm gonna fix some camera, like your camera a little bit.
Okay.
But we'll continue the conversation. Benny Boy, how did that start? Like, where did that come from? You wrote that.
So you told me, you said you should write something and cast yourself in it. And I'm like, okay, well, what do I want to write about? And I thought about it, and I always wanted to do scary stuff, which now actually I've done so much scary stuff that, like, while I like it, I don't want to be known as like a scream queen. I just want to venture out into different genres. But I thought about it, and I'm like, what could we write about? So Benny Boy ended up being what I wrote. And Benny Boy was about a young man who lost his best friend. And he feels guilty for whatever reason that it's his fault. So he finds out from a friend, hey, you can meet this woman, and she's so great. She's a psychic. She can, Madame Nadezhda, excuse me, Madame Nadezhda. She can, she can connect you to Mikey. That's the name of the friend, Mikey. And so of course, like he's so guilt-ridden that he goes to meet this woman she's actually supposed to be a sham. But Mikey, or who we think is Mikey, possesses her and ends up actually being a demon and attaches itself to Benny. And we see in the end of the movie that the demon is there when he goes, "Hi, Benny Boy."
So do you ever find this is going to tie into this? You'll
Okay.
see. Do you ever find that like when you're making films, life imitates the art you make?
Like what?
Life imitates the art you're making. Do you ever find that?
Yeah, I don't know about this film. This film was based off of my dad losing his father, and he was so upset. They were best friends, and I was very close to my grandfather as well. But it was very hard on my father. So, while he was mourning, he met this woman who actually she worked for him, but he had met her a while back, and she always talked about psychic stuff. And then she told him at work, I can connect you to somebody who will connect you to your grandfather. And he got really excited, but he was a little skeptical. And then she came back and was like, this woman, she has this strong feeling. She can feel him. And he said this and this and this to tell you. And my dad's like, wow, that's something that, my father would say. And I told him, I was like, Dieda, which is, short for Diedushka, what I called my grandfather. I was like, Dieda would never, ever meet with a psychic. Please don't meet with her, because I'm like, this doesn't feel good. Whatever it is, that's not him. And so luckily my dad never did it, but that's what the film was based off of. But I don't know. There was a lot of weird stuff that happened to us after Benny Boy, and I don't know if it was just a coincidence or what. But
Okay, one of the things from the shoot,
okay,
a lot of the stuff from Benny Boy came to life.
okay,
And I'll share with that maybe eventually or soon. I'm not sure, but I'm actually in that exact scenario right now,
okay.
and it's maybe I should go into
God.
this now that I mention it.
Oh my goodness.
Well, if I mention it, I feel like then I have to like give the whole story about what happened on the week.
Okay.
Because like I'm like debating, do I want to start the podcast talking about that and unloading this like fucker of a week, like, or do I want to like continue talking about like you and like projects we've done together? I'm debating. What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, it's up to you. We've got all day.
Yeah, I guess for now, and unless I change my mind, for now, I guess we'll stick to like us. But like, yeah, I feel like Benny Boy's like coming to life. So remind me, I'll have to double back. Well, I'll remember. Yeah.
You know, I wasn't. A lot of weird stuff happened after Benny Boy, but like
Yeah,
I
let's
said,
get into that.
I wasn't sure whether it was because of Benny Boy or if it's because of my work on the Historical Commission, where I am always in a haunted house. And and like in Judaism, you're not supposed to speak to the dead. Oh, I'm sure that's in
Well, I think
Christianity
it's true in
too.
Christianity. Yeah, because that's the thing is, I've had to talk to people about that after the shoot. I'm like I'm just gonna create a bunch of mystery and then by
gosh.
later in the podcast just dive into it. I'm just gonna continue to like give hints about like, oh yeah, we got a lot of weird haunted shit happen.
Yeah.
Like a lot of weird things happen on
of weird
Phantom
things.
Friend. But yeah, no,
gosh.
Benny Boy, like so like a lot of weird. What kind of weird stuff happened?
So the day after the shoot, after the second shoot, we did the first shoot in this house, and then the second shoot we used my mom's basement and turned it into a psychic's room, which actually we did a pretty good job with that.
Yeah.
My mom's dog died the next day. You knew that, Dasha.
I forget? Did I?
Yeah, she got really sick all of a sudden. Like
I
out
forgot.
of nowhere. Yeah, like out of nowhere. She got sick. Young dog. And she got sick. And what was weird about that, also weird, this is like sidetrack, but the same week, my mom's neighbor's dog died. And that dog was actually really young. It was like a few years old.
The neighbor's dog.
The neighbor's dog.
Wait, the next week or the next day?
Like in the same week. Like that's weird. A young dog, you know. But okay. And they died both of the same thing, cancer. It was like a random cancer.
Damn.
So I don't know if it is it a coincidence? I mean, maybe there's like something toxic in my parents' neighborhood that we don't know about. Because I got sick too.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put like a damper on this.
No, you're not putting a damper at all. No, I'm thinking about all this.
Yeah, and then I got sick.
Yeah.
So like for the people who are watching.
Yeah, go into that.
I don't want to go too much into it.
Yeah, you don't have to.
So I was diagnosed with stage 2 breast cancer, and my port ended up getting infected, which is used for chemo, which caused me to go septic, which caused kidney failure, which caused endocarditis, and I had to learn how to walk again. So like this fro is obviously not by choice, My hair was never like this. That's my house. It's windy.
Okay. I thought
Yeah.
it was the camera. I was like,
No, it's the house.
Yeah, the camera's fine now.
So yeah, like I got sick, and then and then we filmed right before I got sick. We filmed
Good Mothers.
Good Mothers in the basement of my dad's store, and I feel like that we had a good movie, but it felt like that place. There's something wrong with that place.
How so?
I don't know. I have maybe it's because the woman who was working for my dad, actually the woman you met, I don't want to use her name here.
Yeah.
She ended up screwing my dad over and basically causing his store to go downhill so she and her friend could buy the store. So I don't know if it was,
Dude, I remember paying her like a hand of cash.
Yes.
And she's just like, thank you.
Yeah. So she was always nice to my face. I don't know. My dad swears that she cursed us or something. So now I'm like so careful about
like
people.
like a wizard curse or something.
I don't know. But you know what?
Oh my gosh.
This is so off topic, but it doesn't matter. But it's not off topic. My mom's neighbor, not the one who has a dog who died, the one right next to their house. It's a family from Russia, and it's an older couple, maybe the same age as my parents, and then they have a daughter who's like in her 40s maybe, and she still lives with her parents. There's something like mentally wrong with her, and she'll like wave drastically in the window to you one day, and then next day she starts giving you the middle finger. Like it's just like it's very up and down. Anyway, she says to me, she goes, "Oh, I loved you in Benny Boy." And I'm like, "What? Like, how did you know about Benny Boy?" She goes, "Well, I know about Benny Boy." And I'm like, how did she know? My parents are not friends with her on any social media, right? And I'm not friends with her on social media. I had to look up her name, right? And I couldn't even find her. So I'm like, I just don't understand how this woman knows. And then she started like saying stuff to my parents, like, I know about this and I know about that. And I'm starting to think that she's like bugged my house. Or maybe she's cursed us. I don't know.
All right, I think I should go into the shoot because I feel like there's so much that will come of that. Like, we've already discussed stuff, like weird things where people know stuff that you didn't know, like weird. Okay, so like 18th to the 22nd, we shot Phantom Friend, and so I've spent the like it started because December 16th, my friend passed away, Mike F. McGowan, and who you met on Intolerance. Yeah. And how would you describe him?
Well, he came out of nowhere. All of a sudden, like, we're in the middle of shooting. All of a sudden, he's right next to me. And I think someone was like, "Mike, where have you been?" And he's like, "Oh, I was sleeping in the car." We're like, "What?"
Yeah.
And then I remember he and I got into an argument with Madison about which was better, Walmart or Target. And Mike and I were both like, we would rather pay money and go to Target than like save money and go to Walmart. Just this is not against like Walmart itself, but like the people of Walmart.
Yeah. I got into many arguments like that with him. So yeah, he passed away on December 16th, and all I know is like that like really, it was weird. It felt like all the energy I had went away.
Yeah, you were pretty down afterward.
And it's like he was a close friend in terms of it started because we did a MTV Cribs video at this mansion we met where he was funding a project for my friend Ryan that went way over budget. Sorry, Ryan. Yeah, it was like what is it? He was actually this was on Mike's podcast. Fuck you, Ryan. Love you, Ryan. It's like he's like, oh, it'll cost like 25 grand, ended up being 55 grand.
Oh my gosh.
And
that's a big difference.
But Mike like funded it, and like I met Mike there, and we did like an MTV Cribs video like out of spontaneity, and then became friends, and then we did a podcast. And he's like, "What's the longest podcast you ever done?" 6 hours or no, 7 hours. We'll beat that, and we did. And then
oh my gosh,
everyone's like, "Why did you do that?" And we're like, "This is just us going for 8 hours of delirium." But it was, and it didn't occur to me why it was important until he passed away, and then we're all looking back. It's a time capsule, and he was very like, he was a very compelling person in terms of like helping others, and like the more I got to know him, the more I realized, wow, this is a very genuine person who really is, as he puts it, awesome. Like he always was adamant about being awesome, and he was. And when he passed, it was weird. It was like somebody just took the batteries out of me, like one of the batteries. So I only had half a battery or whatever. And all I knew is like, okay, I spent after something like this happened, it wasn't even as bad as this. I spent a bunch of time writing a feature script, and it helped me. And so I was like, all right, let's just write a short film to honor Mike. I knew I had to do something. So I spent the year writing, and then it just got bigger and bigger and more ambitious and more ambitious. I wrote version 2, went to his wake, and delivered it to his family. The script I wrote. It was about it started as 3 friends bemoaning his loss, which sucked, and then it was, I think you read that first version, and the second version is like, okay, he comes back from the dead to bust their balls. They're at the bar drinking, and he comes back from the dead to bust their balls, and that was kind of funny. And then I delivered that at the wake, but I'm like, this is a meet and greet. I don't know anyone here. Like, what's going on here? Like, do I stay? I'm like, yeah. Oh, Mike would haunt me if I left. So I have to stay. You know what? I'm like, he wants me to meet someone here. I don't know how to explain it. I had that instinct, and also when I was writing the script, I had this instinct: somebody needs this script more than me. I couldn't put my finger. I was like, maybe it's Evans. Evans wasn't the guy. He took him 3 months to read the script and get back to me. Ryan, he's like, why are you writing about Mike? Like, no one can write Mike's voice. No one I knew really got what I was doing. And I was at that wake. I'm like, all right, somebody's here I need to meet. And I also knew, like, all right, there's somebody this script is important to, and I don't know who it is. But I was like, I know there's somebody. First person I met, I was like, all right, he had a podcast person who did his podcast. I think there must be a bunch of podcasts. I know there's a bunch of podcasts that were never released. We need to find those. They're on his computer, or the podcast person has it. Somebody pointed me to a person named Damon Iannetta, and I met him, and all that Damon knows is he's at the wake. He lost his mentor and friend. It's torn him up for months. And this guy comes up to him. I don't know if I had the script in my hand or not, but he told me, yeah, you came up to me with a script, and he told me about it, or I don't even know if I told him about it, but he told me about it. Somehow he brought up his dream after Mike died. I just said, I think I just mentioned, like, yeah, it was really tough on me after he passed, and it sucked, all this, and so I had to write a script to honor him, and then he mentioned his dream, which is exactly the film I had just written, except it was like there was more to it,
right.
And it was better than I could write. And it basically, in the dream, Mike came to him and said, he's like, like, Mike, you're like he's at the bar drinking with friends, and then Mike comes back from the dead to bust his balls, and then he's like trying to tell Mike, you're dead, and Mike's like, we don't talk about that. The entire dream, and then by the end, like he had to find Mike again. He had to use his phone, like ask, hey Siri, call Mike from McGowan, whatever. Every time he tells the story, it actually calls Mike, and it scares the crap out of everyone. But yeah, so like he had to find Mike. He flew, found him, and then Mike, and he's like, how's heaven? And it's like, oh, I got the flames, brother. He's like, what? Like and then it's like, and I could never trust God. And Damon once told me that Mike told him, I tried trusting God 3 times in life. And that will become very important later. So keep that tucked away in your brain, as Michael would say it. So, he tells me this story about, okay, he sees Mike in the dream. Basically, the dream is like the film I've been writing, except he asks Mike, how's heaven? Oh, I got the flames, brother. What? You're the most compelling person. How would you get the flames? Or at least that was my reaction from hearing that story. And his dream, he woke up and cried and wrote about it, and I drove home, cried, and wrote about it. But as I was driving home, I'm like, all right, I have to trust God. And as I'm thinking that, the most beautiful sunlight was hitting the water I was driving over. It was weird, and I was like, okay, something's happening here. And that drive home and the drive to the wake was the weirdest drive I've ever had. And the drive to it, every track on the radio felt like it was Mike messing with me. AWOL Nation's Kill Your Heroes came on, all this weird fucking stuff. And it's like, something's going on. I felt Mike's presence all throughout this year. The more I spent writing about him and making a film about him, the more weird life got. And
is it weird because you felt like his presence more with the more?
There was unexplained things going on that just kind of felt perfect. I would have an instinct to do something, and then because of that instinct that didn't make sense, something happened way too perfectly. And here's an instance. I sent that script to Damon. I sent it to Evans. It took him 3 months to read it. I didn't realize Mike wasn't as important to him. I sent it to Damon. I took a 20-minute power nap after Muay Thai. Not even 20 minutes later, it's a 20-minute read. like, I don't even finish my 20-minute power nap. He's blowing up my phone. Like, he was planning to chew me out. He told me later. It was like, I was going to chew you out, tear you a new asshole, because I knew Mike better than anyone. But it's like, he's like asking me, like, did Mike write this with you? And it's no. But like, I early on was like, I basically was beating my head against the wall relentlessly until like draft 30 something. And I went on to 50 drafts, but like 30 something, I was like, okay, fuck it. And then somehow his voice came into it. It was weird. A lot of mysterious stuff. But, you know, long story short, I realized this is very important to Damon. It's almost like weird that his path crossed with mine, almost because I was listening to what would Mike want me to do at his wake. And I managed to meet him, and so I was like, do you want to play Matt in this? So ends up playing Matt.
Which, by the way, he had like no acting experience.
No, and he did great. And so come the week of the shooting, the 18th to the 22nd, that was the most challenging week of my life, without a doubt. But the most magical and most meaningful week of my life. And when we showed up, Damon actually told me, like, he's like, I was planning to quit. Like, I was planning to just give you a bullshit reason the day before and say I couldn't do it.
Oh my gosh, that would have been horrible.
Well, I would have had Evans. We would have figured it out, I think. But I'm glad he did. Because, you know, that whole week felt like, leading up to it, I was like, do I have a location? I didn't sign a contract with a guy. I'm not hearing from him. And then I'm like driving in my neighborhood. There's a buck in my neighborhood. I've never seen a deer in my neighborhood ever. And I'm like, it just felt like I was driving down. It just almost like drifted into my headlights. I'm like, something, maybe there's a sign. And then I'm looking up at the sky, at the moon before, and then like there's the scenes in the moon when they're looking up at the sky, the stars and the moon plays a role in the film. And then I was actually filming it for the behind the scenes documentary, because I'm like, I feel if something about that moment felt important. And then I see a shooting star.
Wow.
But I didn't get it on camera, unfortunately. But it's like the first time I've ever seen a shooting star in my life. It was like 2 days before filming. I'm so stressed, most stressed I've ever been. I'm like, something, you know, something's looking over me here. Come day of filming, the drive there was surreal. We had a convoy of like 5 cars. We didn't lose each other. It was just, it felt like just this, it just felt that you felt the energy. I felt this energy throughout, like leading up to the shoot, going to the shoot. When we got there, the sky's full of vultures. And even Shelby's like filming it, like, what is up with all these vultures? When she showed up. And we get there, and, you know, immediately we kind of feel this, like something feels weird there. I mean, this is the mansion. I'm leaving this out. This is the mansion I met him at. Every other location, I went to like 50 locations. Nothing would work. No, everything fell through, even the ones that felt right. But somehow, out of pure luck, I got this great deal with the actual like location I met Mike at when we originally did the film we were filming, where we did the Amphibian Cribs video. This comes in later, but it's like, it was actually really perfect that we got it. So we start filming, and, you know, all throughout writing this, it feels like pushing my face through concrete writing it. It feels like, you know, it just felt like no film I've ever done before. I had a schedule for 3 days planned. I had to throw that out. There's no way we're going to get it done in 3 days. That first day, like, it's taken me more than 5 takes to get everything right. And looking back, I was like, at the moment, I'm like, it's because I'm not able to let go of things. Looking back later in the edit, I'm like, no, I'm glad we did more takes because we needed it.
Right.
For some reason, we just couldn't, it took more takes to get it. I also just had to like learn to like discipline myself throughout the shoot. But like, first few days, weird, like really tough to get through. But then at some point, like whether it's writing, shooting, now I'm learning editing, the first part is the weirdest and hardest. And it feels like you're pushing your face through concrete. And then eventually you find this second wind, and it works. And a lot of weird stuff happened throughout the shoot. It always had to do with the number 3. Lav mic number 3 kept not working. Walkie-talkie number 3 kept making weird noises. Every day at 3 a.m., everyone had the weirdest conversations. There was like things with the number 3 constantly coming up. And, it's like, oh, Mike tried to trust God 3 times, and we're making a film about him trying to trust God. Got it. Interesting. And, Spider-Man.
He's the mailman.
Yeah, so there was, I forget what else happened. There was other things that happened where it's like we were hearing weird noises throughout the shoot. Like when we were filming the scenes, like Damon couldn't even like sit in for some of the scenes I was doing when we're sitting with Mike, because he's having a psychodrama about losing his mentor. And by the end of the week, 12 strangers became a family because we were having like heart-to-hearts throughout the week. And by the end, oh my gosh. Chill out, buddy. Hey, look at me. Oh, that's funny.
Good boy, Spider-Man.
So, I know I'm leaving out some weird stuff that happened, but like things, we had all these mistakes that happened. We would have, oh man. We'd make, continuity errors that actually worked out perfectly because we made another continuity error, but those scenes were actually the only 2 scenes of the film that were separate from the rest. So it's like, okay, that was fine. It snowed on the very end scene, and the end scene that snowed on was the moon shoes scene where they're looking back, reminiscently of.
Oh my God, that's so perfect.
Amazing. And yeah, there was, and then we forgot to switch the shirt that he was wearing. Like it was going to be I'm Not Dead, and he's got the flame shirt on the outside and in the bar scene. And we had a new shirt that I got printed. It said, it's like clouds and sunlight, and it says, always look on the bright side of life love life with, which is his theme of his wake, because he liked Monty Python. And we basically forgot to switch the shirt. But then they're like, oh, what if like he's saying goodbye? We do a separate scene. And I was like, oh, what if he's got like sunlight behind him, which is from Damon's dream. Like Mike, before he said goodbye to Mike, Mike was standing behind there was a bright white light behind him. So we did that. So it goes from, in the basement scene, we had the pool table room bathed in red light throughout it. So it's like hell. He just walks out of hell to come talk to them. And then we have it, so we started filming it, switched the lighting to bright white lighting so we can transition fade from that red bar or like a pool room to like complete white light. And then Mike walks into the frame, turns around, takes the Flames jacket off, reveals the shirt he was supposed to be wearing. And then we asked Damon, what would Mike say here? He's like, go, bye, I gotta go, all this. And then he walks away. And as he's walking away, we forgot, it's so bright in there, he can't see that the low-hanging pool table light is there. And then he walks into the table light.
Oh, God.
And then the whole crew like bursts out laughing. And that's like, that was the martini shot. And so that's the martini shot of the film. I think that might be after the credits or something.
That's funny. Mike would approve.
There was so many moments where it was like it just worked out perfectly. And now it was crazy. The craziest part is and this is what I really want to get into.
Okay.
Damon, like after we were filming out in the cold, we all came inside. That people were having heart-to-hearts and talking all week. Damon kind of starts spilling his guts about some stuff. Like we all started talking and we hanging around, and I'm like, we should be filming, but like everyone wants to sit and talk. And I'm like, let's do this. Like we went for 2 hours. It was 3 a.m. We still had more scenes to do, but I'm like, you know what? Let's prioritize this. And Damon starts opening up about some stuff, and I didn't realize he'd lost like 5 friends in his life.
Wow.
And he has never processed the grief of that. And he started to, and like started, breaking down, talking with, and everyone's just crying and talking, and like our BTS person's like filming it. We have 16 hours of BTS footage, or 18 hours of BTS footage from this shoot. And like, he goes in that, and then like shares, and he's like, I never talk with anyone new. The only people I really share with is like people I've known all my life, and this is like the first time he's opened up, and people like didn't go, "Oh, I'm so sorry." No, everyone was listening, like empathizing, caring, and like we started realizing like, all right, there's some weird stuff going on because like maybe it's because like we're fighting some demons or something, and like something like whatever had a hold over Damon felt like it lifted. But here's the kicker. Here's the really weird thing that happened. Right after he shared that, and I mentioned Benny Boy's coming to life,
Oh gosh.
one of our crew members shares like, I would like to share something, and reads a text from her mom. Her mom doesn't know what's going on. She doesn't know about the shoot. She never told her mom about what was going on. Her mom's a medium.
Oh no.
And shares this text message, and it like put pins and needles in my body listening to this, because it's like, all right, this is a demon. Knew way too much, like scared the shit. I can actually read it if you want, but it's like it was
like what did it?
it things like Mike's proud of you, all this stuff, and then like talks about, oh, you know, Mike's going to do some things with the number 3. She sent it at the beginning of the week before this stuff happened, I think. Just do stuff with the number 3 because, you know, Mike, or the guys will know what that means. Mike tried to trust God 3 times. All these things, and like he's in a better place. All this stuff, like, and he's proud of Tom, and like you know, Tom and this person, the crew member, is going to be like, you know, successful telling your stories. And I think there was something else, but
Do you felt like that it was negative? That
no, it was positive.
Okay.
But I'm like, there's something I shouldn't be trusting here. Like I did, that was my first instinct, but then my second instinct was like, I'd like to talk to your mom, like to interview her. I was like on a podcast. But then I was like talking to people. I'm like, I don't know if I should do that.
Yeah.
Like that's because
that's like opening up something.
Yeah.
Like.
Well, here's the problem. Is it's like, you know, say Mike, like if Mike went to heaven. I was actually listened to me and Emma listened to this podcast when we were coming home from vacation one day, about it, like from an exorcist. And it was really interesting. And he was like talking about how like if people go to heaven, you know, they're not leaving to come to talk to us. Mm-hmm. You know, so these things keep bringing down my shirt. They're not coming down from heaven to talk to us. And if they're in hell, they're not getting out. If somebody's talking to you through a medium, it's a demon. And that was my first instinct. I was like, oh shit, this is not good.
Right. And
like this feels like Benny Boy. And what's ironic, I met this crew member because right when we did Benny Boy, she knew Jordan. And so she started following me. And I don't know if she watched the film, but like we're gonna be working together on another project she's doing. But it's like she kind of entered my life because of Benny Boy that you wrote about a guy going to a psychic to talk to his friend Mikey again. And we're making a film about my friend Mike, and that's this person's mom is a psychic.
Yeah.
Telling me, oh, you know, we have like, what is it? This is, you know, basically I could go to talk to my friend Mikey if I wanted to, which isn't a good idea.
Right.
Because it's not Mike. I wouldn't be talking about Mike.
No.
I'd be unleashing something. And we went to like, so that's happening. And you know, what's funny is like when we did that film, I went through the worst experience of my life with somebody else, you know who. And it's like, the day that I agreed to talk to that person again, and by the way, Mike helped me out of that. I went to him and and this is in my film, Phantom Friend. This whole conversation, it's like he told me, it's like, all right, you know, I was telling him the story, like, all right, we're red flag number 2 of 10. You know, there's more to this, you know, and he's like, all right, well, I want to hear the rest, but like at this point, you get no pity from me, and if you go back, you get no pussy from me either. And the day I went back, he died. December 16th was like the day he died. That was the day I agreed to the dinner. I was actually planning to have dinner or lunch with him the next week to, you know, maybe check if I'm doing the right thing or not. And he passed. He died when I was making that decision to go back and, you know, try to talk to the person, and which is relevant now because, you know, I've been talking to Austin, and he mentioned going to his church. I'd love to, but that person goes to the church too, and I don't Like, I don't know how much of this I should put in the pot. I don't care. Whatever. But it's like,
You don't know if you want to open that.
yeah, I don't know if I
worms
want to go
again.
into that. You know, like I would love to go for God, but I don't want to know if I don't know if I want to go for.
Well, you wouldn't be going for that person,
No.
and you'd
But-
be. If you go, it's just you're going, and like, okay, you can say hi. Like we had this conversation before. If you see her, you know, you don't
Say hi.
just
Yeah.
say hi. Like there's no reason to be mean. Just you don't have to be friends though.
Yeah. Just kind of be guard myself, I guess.
Yeah, like
emotionally.
you could say hi, how are you doing, and then that's
Yeah.
it. But I really to take a step back and
The
talk about
psychic.
the medium, the psychic, whatever.
Don't.
It's
don't
the
go
same
into that.
thing with that I told my dad. Like, it's not going to be that person, and I don't know.
Well, I don't want to talk to them for that. I actually wanted to talk to them because I feel like that's an interesting person to talk
and
to.
it probably is, but I
But it's
feel
not
like,
worth it.
No, I'm not saying it's not worth it. I would be afraid to. And here's the thing.
Yeah.
So, like I mentioned before, you know, with the historical commission, I get to work with like this haunted house constantly, right? And the first time that, you know, I spent in this house overnight with this paranormal group, I thought afterward that like something could have attached itself to me. I was so afraid of that.
I feel that since the shoot.
Since Benny Boy or since
No,
this
since
Fan of Friend?
Fan of Friend.
Okay.
I feel like I felt like I was pulling off a spiritual heist doing this film. And I'm editing the film. I'm over halfway through. By the way, I heard the Khan's requirement is it has to be under 15 minutes, and we have a 20-page script. When you edit the film, the way that it's written, and my feature's written the same way as the short, where it's like a lot of like it's jumping around, a lot of voiceover. What's weird is it's the runtime is 0.6 of whatever the page count is. It's not longer.
Right.
So we've got a 12 to 14 minute script.
Oh, that's awesome.
So we could probably get the con if we get it done in time.
I
And
hope you do.
we're gearing up for that.
Oh.
And what's crazy is like, you know, I mentioned we were filming at the mansion. We started doing a bunch of stuff that wasn't in the shot list. We started on the mansion scenes. I'm glad we did because we actually filmed the POV, like replicated the mansion cribs video we did. And so we have all this extra stuff, and I cut it together, and we used the actual cribs video of Mike. We cut from the film. So the film is like a narrative film, but then in that cribs section of the film, I feel like it seamlessly blends the film with footage of Mike doing the actual cribs video we did, where we became friends. And it cuts in between, and then like sometimes it's showing the footage from the film that we shot, but it's playing his audio. It feels like a glitch in reality, which is like a theme of the film. And that scene takes on this whole new meaning where you're realizing, oh wait, why are we cutting to the same shot but like a different like person, different light, kind of, but it looks kind of the same location. Oh, this is all based on a real person, and this is a love letter to that person. It's a thing to celebrate them, and this is that person. You see the energy, like that moment in the film just has this whole presence to it and when I started editing it, I was like getting lost in it, and hours later, it felt like painful. I did something painful, but like I had something. I'm like, how the hell did I? And I'm like, I realized, oh, this is the best editing I've ever done. I think.
Do you feel like through the editing you had something? You said something was attached to you.
I meant to. Yeah. So since the shoot, I feel like we got lightning in a bottle. As I'm editing, I'm kind of realizing it. I think we got lightning in a bottle. We pulled off something that something didn't want me to pull off. And I think it has to do with the fact that I met Damon randomly. I followed some wisdom or intuition that like I should find someone there. There's somebody that the script needs. Brought him into my fold. He worked on this film. And basically this was 10 times more than any psychodrama he could ever get in therapy. And he talked about, like, with everyone on the crew, it's like, this is the first time I've ever processed grief of losing 5 friends. This is the first time. And he's become like a new like he's now in a relationship, like his life is kind of on the up and up now. And I feel like he feels like whatever was attached to him is he's now protected from it.
Okay.
But now I feel like there's something
attached to you?
ever since I got home and started editing, I feel like I've been watched.
So something doesn't want you to finish this. That's what you feel
Yeah,
like. There's
and like
this heaviness on you.
I was editing it, and I had this like I was looking up at the light in my like where my editing area, and I'm like, why is there why is there particles flying up? And I go, and there's a weird noise. I'm like, is something on fire? Oh shit! No, I look in there, I film it. I got it on video. It's like there's a moth like going crazy in the light, like kicking up all this dust. I'm like, never seen that before. And then later I find, apparently at the same time, there was another moth that melted itself on the new frying pan because we left the old frying pan at the shoot or something. And I've had moth issues in the past or whatever, but this is like really kind of, it was kind of, I don't know, it was kind of weird.
That is kind of weird.
And it was like,
I haven't seen any moth issues at all in any of your shoots, by the way, except for intolerance because the door was open. It was like every sort of bug that existed in that area. But
yeah, I don't know, man. It was like there's been a lot of weird little moments. Maybe I looked too far into it, but I don't think so.
Yeah, but if you feel like there's something heavy on you, like you're not looking too into it. Like that's a feeling. It's your intuition, and you have to trust your intuition.
I feel like I'm protected now, though.
So you feel like there's something watching you, but there's also something protecting you.
Yeah, like I feel like whatever is protecting me, that was what signaled with like the shooting star that I saw. That was like something. The buck in my neighborhood. There was the vultures might have been that too. Like because we looked up vultures. Like the sky was full of like dozens of vultures. It might have been 100 or something. I don't know. It was crazy, and it's like they went away after the first day and then came back on the last day. And the vultures' meaning is like ferrying souls to the afterlife, and that's what the film's about.
That's weird.
And shooting stars represent I forget what it was, something like God, like a guardian angel or something. I don't know, something, whatever. It's like.
Well, you know what's really cool about the film that you made, Phantom Friend, is that so there's this idea in an ancient Egyptian belief that when you say the name of someone who is deceased, you say their name and you tell their story, then they become immortal. And that's exactly what you've done with Mike with this film. You have made him immortal. And even after our time has passed, like that movie lives on and people will still see it. People still know it. People will still hear his name and he goes on.
That might be another. So it's helping Damon heal. And who was somebody Mike believed in. Mm-hmm. And that we also made something to immortalize Mike. When he passed, I was so torn up because I'm like, what? So this amazing person isn't going to be immortalized? That's what bugged me. That is legitimately what bugged me. Is that, no one's going to know how awesome this person was. No one. And it pissed me off. Like that's what in the script. It's like the character talks about like you had so many projects to make the world a better place, but you left them unfinished. And I'm like, why do I care about his projects? Oh, I care because I want people to know how much of an influence he could have had on the world, or at least that he had on us, and no one would ever know it because he died. And when he was, when you mentioned he was napping in intolerance. Mm-hmm. He was napping in the car because he had a laundry list of health problems that Damon mentioned.
Right. I remember.
And Damon was the only person who knew about that.
Right.
And so in the film, we had a comedic idea of like, I had an idea of, I'll get an IV stand and have Jose wheel it around the entire movie.
Oh my gosh.
But we forgot that on the meditation scene and the gas station scene. But that was perfect because we forgot on the gas station. We were like, oh shit. Oh wait, we forgot on the meditation scene, but we completely didn't know. Mm-hmm. So he has this thing. He's wheeling around the entire film, and at one point he like mentions like, "What's up with the IV stand?" He's like, "We don't talk about that. Respect your sugar daddy." Yeah, I think we.
You did it.
We immortalized him.
So now you got to finish.
We got to finish the film, put it to con.
Put it everywhere.
Put
I
it,
mean,
yeah,
like,
put it to con, put it to like Sundance, whatever.
yeah.
Well, I want to, I want to figure out how, my goal is con is number one. I want to get it to there. But, dude, it's, I wrote, directed, DP'd, acted in it simultaneously.
Now, do you remember somebody said something to you before? I don't remember who it was. They were like, why are you acting in your films and doing it? You shouldn't be doing, you should be doing one thing. And then here you are, you prove them wrong. You did it all.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they brought up a good point. I don't know if I should mention who. I don't.
No, don't mention.
No, I'm not gonna mention who.
Don't mention.
But it was, yeah. I mean, I knew what they meant, but they did bring up. It's like, is it because of ego? And I didn't really know how to answer their question. Like, why are you doing
It's
it?
because nobody else would be able to do that role.
No, there's a better answer.
What is it?
Because it's fun.
Well, it is fun. It is fun.
That's
and that's what Austin says. It is fun.
Yeah.
And it should be fun. And I love acting. That's why I love acting, because it's fun. Even in the darkest, roles. But it's
also therapy. It's a therapy. I've realized I'm only gonna make films from now on that are therapy films, like of my own films. I think like Phantom Friend is definitely a therapy film.
Well, you also said that you didn't want to do anything that was bad, like any bad vibes to it.
Yeah, and like basically no narcissistic, no nihilistic films. So like this, then it's the feature I wrote, and I've actually, after doing this film, like it was such a, like there was a first few days I was like, this is legitimately the hardest thing I've ever done in life. And I've got a week, and I don't think we can even pull it off in a week, but somehow by the skin of our teeth we did. Because and by the final day, I'm like, there's no way we can finish all this. All right, let's cut all the shots that I don't need and really just rework the shot list. I did. We got it.
That's awesome.
But like the first 2 days, I was adding shots, and like we were doing the massage parlor scene. Holy shit. The massage parlor scene was the funniest time on set I've ever had. And like for 30 minutes of BTS where we're just laughing our asses off, joking around, trying to figure out the cocketeer, the puppeteer for the cock. Like we're trying to figure out how to, dude, we're losing our minds at 3 a.m. But I had to make this decision of like, all right, we are definitely fucking something up here, and I don't know what it is because I am so tired. Everyone else is so tired, and we're rushing to get it done. I made the decision. All right, was it 4 or 5 in the morning? Let's put it off to the next day. And everyone's like, let's just like I think everyone wanted to finish it, but everyone's kind of relieved. I think that was the right decision. At the time, I didn't know, but I was like, all right, I feel like this is the right decision. Granted, I found out, it was because we would have forgotten a bunch of stuff. Like we were rushing through it. It would have took a few more hours, and it allowed us to really kind of to do it right. And the next day, we were actually running way quicker. It was like day 3, and so yeah, we managed to figure it out. But it was just chaos. But it was not chaos because I was doing multiple jobs. I really don't think that. It was chaos because I was doing multiple jobs and managing. I was processing grief while we were filming. Right. That's
a lot to take on in especially a short amount of time.
Yeah, and I was like convinced, like, all right, we might not be able to come back to this mansion, so like we have to get it. And if we don't get it here, I feel like if we don't get it this week, you lose. You might not just lose the space, but you lose that that drive that people have. Or the timing of getting it done in time for like a festival. Like I think we lucked out. We got it done so far. Granted, I have to look through all the footage. I'm not through all of it. I got all this audio and video synced up. I've edited half of the film, but I'm like, all right, what else? Did we miss something? I don't know yet. I don't think we did so far. We missed a few things, but I actually made it work. Like I figured out how to cut around it. But also number 3. When we did the bar scene, my coverage was number 3, and the lighting got messed up, so I looked like crap and everyone else looked great. But I was like, when I was on set, I'm like, why do I look like crap? Oh, it's just in my head because it's me. No, it was the lighting, and I didn't know. But also, like there's little things I've learned. Like I should, if I'm doing like a table scene with people looking this way, I had two cameras, one with like a wider focal length and one with a longer. I should have had three, so that it was like two on this side, wide and long, and then another long one on the other side of this person. So like when I'm looking at this person, it's coming head on because, you know, I'm not, if I'm acting, I'm not looking at the camera. A lot of my crew doesn't know, oh, you have to remind the actors to not look this way when somebody's talking, to like look this way.
Right.
So that we see both your eyes. That's actually, I should just tell my camera person that, like, I need to always, like for this table stuff, if the actor is doing this where I only see one eye, remind them I have to see both eyes. But I think that's just a lesson I learned. But like I was able to cut around that fine. Like I think a lot of it's fine. Like any of the mistakes I made, I was able to fix.
That's good.
So far. But
I can't wait to see it.
yeah, but it's exciting. It's like, I mean, I'm like, if I lose every other film I've ever made, which I hope doesn't happen, but like, if I only had this in my filmography so far, fine, because it's the best of everything I've ever done. It's the best editing, it's the best acting, it's the best directing, it's the best DPing, it's the best writing I've ever done for a short. And it's because it all matters to me, and that's why I want to like make therapy films, because it's like you're selfishly making something that helps you process something, but when you're being selfish, you actually are being selfless for other people when you're making art. Because if like you're doing something that really, I keep fixing these things weigh down my shirt so much. Like if you're constantly, if you're making something that really helps you, you're going to push way harder to make it help someone else. And through osmosis, if you're making something that helps you become a better version of yourself and get to a better place in life, it'll help other people get to a better place in life as well. But yeah, that was that week. And what I was surprised about was afterwards, like, everyone was like, even Shelby was like, this is like the most amazing experience on set I've had.
Oh.
And that like warmed my heart to hear that from people. I'm like, and I look back and I asked my girlfriend, like, I was like, I don't think I ever like lost my patience with anyone or lost temper or anything, or like I don't think I've done that since like I've learned my lesson.
Since intolerance.
I'd say another project that was the worst experience of my life project. That one.
That's right.
Yeah, that would be the last time I did that.
I forgot it, but I mean, I wasn't.
Well, no, it wasn't really temper. It was more just like being passive aggressive. I wasn't passive aggressive. I wasn't ever like, I didn't lash out on anyone. I didn't like, I kind of held, but it was also the most I've ever been tested on set, because I'm doing multiple jobs. I'm getting told you're running late. You're doing this. Like I have all these people who I've brought on. Granted, they're volunteering, so I'm not gonna like be upset. Even if I was paying them, I'm not gonna be upset, because like, yeah, I'm telling this. I tell someone, hey, can you do this? And then they did the wrong. They didn't do the thing I wanted them to. I'm also getting told simultaneously that you're taking too long, but I'm like, well, that's because of this, and this, and like, I don't know how to explain that. I don't have enough time. So I just say, got it. It's like, this person's doing these people are doing the wrong thing, or I didn't explain. No, it's not doing the wrong thing. I didn't explain it right. I'm not just doing all these jobs. I'm not just doing all this. I'm being a teacher. And you got to look at it that, like, I'm being a teacher. I got to train these people to do this, or I got to do, and when you look at it that way, it creates a environment where everyone feels like, oh, I can make mistakes, but as long as I'm genuinely trying, like, I'm going to be fine. I'm going to be treated with the respect that I deserve. And, it created it fostered a set where everyone had the comfort to become a family. And after we like sat down and talked and like, had that on day 4, like that big discussion where, Damon healed and the medium, you know, came up, everyone felt like they were able to be seen, and we went right in. It was the most morale I've ever seen on set. Everyone was like cracking jokes, having fun. We moved so quick, and it made up for the 2 hours we spent talking. And I was like, I kind of knew that would happen innately,
Right.
but I didn't know it consciously.
I love when you're on set and it's like everyone becomes family afterward. That is like, that's the greatest. Well, not, I wouldn't say the greatest feeling, but one of the greatest feelings, acting.
Yeah, I mean that's why you do it.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had
I felt like we were like that in Benny Boy.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean,
I think we've definitely had every set, like I feel well, not every set, but like a lot of sets, like we've I feel like that's been the case.
yeah.
Like
I mean,
it's
even
fun.
Historically Haunted, like it was definitely less organized, but like I don't know, it was fun.
Yeah. The thing is,
It was like me caressing brick walls in the basement, and my God, it was so dirty down there.
oh gosh, that was like a cool competition film I came up with a week before.
Yeah. I think you wrote that script like within like a short, like
Yeah.
you were like, oh, I have this thing. Are you guys interested? And then like some of us were like, yeah, we're interested. And the other people couldn't because, you know, the commitment. But, and then you wrote it out and then you sent me the script and I'm like, why does this person actually sound like me? Like you made it into this like historical nerd who gets killed because she's so into like the history of the building that she has no idea what's going on. I was like, that's me.
Yeah, no, it kind of worked because I did write every person who was available into it, and it was kind of a funny last minute thing.
And
Yeah.
it's funny how the ending of that movie.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So you really did write that.
Life becomes art, or art become, or yeah, life, or your life imitates the art you
Yes.
make. Yep.
Yeah. And I'm telling you, there's something in that building. Like
Yeah, I don't even want to go ghost hunting there though.
I don't either.
I don't want to do any ghost hunting.
I don't want to do ghost hunting at all anymore. I mean,
No, I
I've done
don't.
it. I still do the paranormal thing at that same building, the farmstead, because I feel like the ghosts know me there now. I'm there all the time. I have to be, you know, for work.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I feel like once the paranormal person said to me that a ghost or a spirit, something can attach itself to somebody, I was like, nope.
Do you think that's what's going on with me, where I something got attached to me after that? I mean, I feel protected. It's kind of the quote from Mike Tyson. You know, he was telling this one boxer, it's like you look really good out there. Like, it's like he's like, thank you. It's like God. It looks like, you know, God favors you. He's like, thank you. It's like, no, you don't know what I'm saying. When God favors you, so does the devil.
Oh.
So you got to make sure who you go. You know, you leave with the person you went to the dance with.
Oh.
And I'm like, yeah, when you're doing the right thing, right behind you is that evil presence. But what's weird is, and this is why I want to interview that psychic or the medium, is I actually listened to an interview with a CIA psychic on the Sean Ryan show. It was also where I learned heard him talk to an exorcist, Father Dan Rehill. But the psychic was a CIA psychic. He was like the guy, one of the men who stare at goats kind of guys. His story was surreal. It's like he had this. It started before he had his psychic career. He first had this out of body experience when he was poisoned, because he was like an intelligence person, and they were trying to poison him. Basically, he like could see outside of his body. Like he was following his wife and his friend as they're trying to like take him to a hospital, and they got in the car. He flew along the car, and like he saw this bright light at one point, and it felt amazing. He didn't want to leave, but then like he heard a voice. It's like, you're not done here. And then he like went, and then like every time he was trying, like they're trying to resuscitate him, he like felt this pain and went back into his body and then left it. And I was like, stop doing that.
Oh,
like
it's creepy.
And he learned how to channel that ability, that out of body experience for psychic stuff. And the way that you do it is like you have to or the way that you do the psychic thing is like they'll have an index card of like, there's information in it. You're not allowed to read it, but like there's information written in it. And what that information is an intention with like an expectation of result and something like a desired outcome or whatever. And what you're doing is like you give that information, and then he would psychically come to like this intuitively come to a conclusion or an answer. Like, and he was always he was always accurate. Him and like another site, and they would do that with him and another person just to diversify the information sources, so that like if a bunch of different people who didn't look at the envelope knew what was in it and gave the exact same result, you know, it would result in it. And he would actually be tasked with finding people, like finding children who were kidnapped, and he actually like helped find a lot.
Wow.
Some of them were, you know, he'd find, you know, on time, and he never wanted to meet the kid or the family, or, you know, he never wanted credit, because it's like, I you know, it's as long as they're in a better place, like, you know, like they're safe, good, that's all I need, you know. And what, like, he kept getting confronted by like politicians who were like, you know, this is the work of the devil, I don't want to touch that, like you know, and but it's like an exact science that they've like learned how to, you know, utilize this. And what he experienced was somebody like he asked someone, why do I feel this intense dread, this evil presence watching me every time, like really close by every time I do this, every time I go outside my body? And he's like, you'll figure that out. And he did one day when he figured out, he came out of his body and then rolled over and looked, and then he saw himself, and that was the evil presence that bothered him. He saw his own body.
That's creepy.
And what I'm, you know, he also was asked, like, here, to look at this envelope, like, what, give us the answers on this. And he described like pyramids, like this is an advanced or an ancient, like advanced civilization or something. What is this? Oh, it's Mars, like 10,000 BC. Like there's like people like in these tombs awaiting, and it's too late, like waiting for rescue, and it's too late. So 10,000 BC Mars, like, and he believes that human beings are actually aliens. The aliens are the people, the UFOs are actually the people who lived here before us. It's us that are the aliens who came here and propagated and don't really give a crap about the environment we live on. We don't care and that would make sense of a lot of it. We are the aliens that live here. And
I get very suspicious when I see somebody driving by.
Yeah, it looks pretty suspicious. But it, like, you know, hearing, like, I heard this other interview where this separate person, some government official who was in the know about aliens, and he's like saying, I saw this paper that was written about like what the aliens have said about us or something. Like he didn't really get enough information on it. But this is like not the guy that would like lie about stuff like this. He's like a no bullshit kind of military guy who is smart and like read this paper or something. It's like the aliens are talking about us being vessels with souls or something, about talking about humans. I'm like, wait, what? What? Like, but that makes sense. It's like, yeah, we are just like vessels with souls. Also, the psychic went to the basilica or something in Rome, and when he looked in there, like there was this bright white beam of light. It was like fluid, liquid, pouring out of the ceiling, through the ceiling. And he put his hand in it, and it felt just like amazing. Like he didn't want to leave. And it's like there are these little details about this. They add up. They sound like an access to this spiritual domain. But the thing is, all of religion talks about you shouldn't enter into that. Mm-hmm. You shouldn't go near that. You shouldn't, communicate with spirits from the dead. You shouldn't try to access the spiritual world. That's not something that you have access to.
Mm.
And it's kind of like the forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden. Like, you don't want to bite into it. But, say we do. And then we have this new era of awakening where, like, the Bible starts when they bite into the apple of the Garden of Eden, and then they become aware of their nakedness, their vulnerability. They start learning they have to work the earth. Like, they have to basically make a bunch of sacrifices to things that they value for the potential of greater value in the future of survival. And like throughout the Bible, the rest of the Bible, there's a constant theme of sacrifice. My theory is, like, what if this is like a next age or a previous age? Like, maybe we had these abilities, these psychic abilities, but people have lost it. Or this is like a new thing that's coming up where people do enter into this like psychic world and do interact with it. And it is part of like a continuation of what we consider like this biblical narrative that we are, living through. I don't know. Like, is that the future? Like,
I don't know. But, the government actually released information recently saying that psychics are a real thing, and that they actually have used the psychics, because you heard the interview. But the whole idea that, maybe the aliens or the whatever was here before us, I mean, but where are they? Like, where are they? Just like flying around in space? Like, where are they taking a wormhole to get here? I don't know. But then this idea that, maybe humanity is the aliens or part of it.
Just fix your camera. Keep going.
Oh, what's
Sorry.
wrong with my camera?
Oh, no. I just want to move it close.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, this idea that, like, what about, we've had this conversation before, and I have this with so many people, like people with different blood types. And I'm going to sound like a wackadoodle here, but people with...
Sound like a wackadoodle.
I always sound like a wackadoodle. But people with Rh negative blood type, okay, they don't know where it came from. It just like suddenly, like so many years ago, people just started having it, and they don't know where it came from. And like the guy with the crazy hair from Ancient Aliens, my hair maybe matches his now, but like, he thinks that people with Rh negative blood type came from aliens, and because he's like, there's no way to explain it. And then people who are Rh negative, they say that they, like, most of them have light eyes. Most of them have, like light hair. And they have this, like, intuition, this, they're clairvoyant. And, like, I'm Rh negative. My blood type is A negative. And I have things that my husband, he's like, I swear you're clairvoyant. There's something like you say stuff and then it comes true, or you dream stuff and then it comes true.
Yeah.
And it's terrifying because now I don't know whether my dreams, especially the scary ones, I'm like, is this going to happen? Because so much of my dreams, so many dreams have come true. And like one, for example, and this is not really like a prediction of like anything, a specific thing, but I'm sleeping on the couch in my apartment. This is before we had our house. And all of a sudden I shot up and I turned to my husband and I'm like, I had this nightmare. I had a dream that the devil was watching me from the window. And he's like, well, that's creepy. And I'm like, something bad is about to happen. And my husband was supposed to go into work the next day, but he didn't for whatever reason. Like they were slow or something, and he didn't go in. This was back when he worked at the shooting range. And then he found out that there was shooting, there was a robbery and a shooting at the shooting range. And it happened like right after I had my dream, like, the next day. And my husband's like, that's weird. And like I'll say stuff and then it comes true, and my husband hates it because he's like, stop it, like stop, I don't, just stop talking.
That goes with the territory of being a wife.
Right, but it's more than just the nagging. It's because it's nagging and then you're predicting creepy stuff.
Yeah.
And like I'll never forget, it started out when I was younger. I'm laying in my bed and I had this dream that my dad walks into my bedroom with a kitten. And we had 2 dogs at the time, and like, I wanted a cat, but like my who's going to be crazy enough to bring in a kitten when you have these 2 dogs that are like 80 pounds each and they hate small animals. And all of a sudden, my dad walks in with a kitten, like just randomly. And then after that, just like weird stuff would happen. And I felt like I would have these dreams and I felt like I would be connecting with the dead. And there was this one time where I was laying there and I was in between being awake and being asleep. Like, that right before you're actually like falling asleep, there's like this thin moment where you're just like in between. And I'm in that moment and all of a sudden I see all these people walking. And, they're just walking, but like, it's nobody I've ever seen before. It's a bunch of faces I've never seen before. And like, there's this idea that your memory collects all this information and it can put together somebody, or like somebody you've seen maybe in the mall, you had no idea that you saw there. But I'm seeing all these people and I have this feeling like they're all dead, that they're just souls, just like, trapped or something. And then this one kid looks at me and starts to walk toward me. And I got so scared that I just like immediately woke up and startled myself. And I'm like, I felt like there was a presence coming toward me because it noticed that I noticed it. And like I said, I sound crazy, but so I've always had this thing where like I've predicted the future, or I've had these weird dreams and then they come true, or just these weird dreams and I feel like I've connected to something or some sort of soul. And when I was in the hospital the last time, when I had the infection the second time after, it was in my spine, I had a fever, but it wasn't like a high fever. It was like 101 or something like that. I'm in the hospital and, I was really upset being there, but I fell asleep and it was weird. And it didn't feel like where I was going was here. It felt like I went to like a parallel universe or something. And I walk into my house and it's the same, but it's different. It's this house, but everything is different. It looks different. The furniture's different, like I don't have like a plethora of toys in the corner, but like it was all different.
Spider-Man snoring or not snoring in that one.
I didn't see him there, but my husband is there and 2 of my kids are there and they come hug me and they're so happy to see me. And I get happy for a second and I'm like, this is not my life.
Yeah.
And then I immediately woke up and I felt like I was trying to grasp it, but I was waking up. And when I woke up, I'm like, I felt like I went somewhere that wasn't here. And people might say, well, you're this crazy person who is hallucinating because you had a fever and an infection. And that may be so. But years ago, there was a scientist that actually proved that parallel universes exist. Yeah. I think it was a she was able to vibrate an item and keep it still at the same time. And it showed that it was vibrating. I don't know if it was here or like no, it was vibrating here and it was still somewhere else. So she proved that this item existed on some other plane, like in some parallel universe. So I don't know. Did I go somewhere? Or am I, did I just hallucinate? But then like, I think to myself, maybe I was hallucinating, but then there's so many things that like unexplainable that have happened in my life that feel like, my mind has connected me somewhere. But then you have people who like the CIA psychic, if he's able to, pull himself away from his body then why is it so hard to believe that somebody then can put their minds somewhere else?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You ever see there's I don't know if I sent this to you. I think my sister or you sent this to me. It was they would use AI, and when the AI wasn't being used, it would control a butterfly, a virtual butterfly, and you could watch it on the web.
Okay.
And it was like it was kind of realizing like, what if we're that? What if when we're dreaming, you know, or when we're dreaming, our brains are being used as tasks, kind of like AI. We use AI.
I don't know.
But then when we're not dreaming, we're here going about life and living in this world that we think is real.
So you think we're like in this matrix?
We're just butterflies being controlled, you know.
So you think we're in somebody's like AI?
We could be. I don't know.
So if that's so,
But-
then why, like, you think someone's just like, well, I'm going to make this person suffer and then this person not, if somebody is controlling us?
Well, no, I don't think we're being controlled. Here's the thing. I think
You think that we're just in a program and we're kind of like...
I don't know about that. Like it's a possibility. Oh, here's the thing. I think that like what I believe about, you know, religion, what I've experienced about religion and all these things, you know, the truth of that is true. I believe in that. And I wonder how much of that can encompass this idea that we're living in a simulation. If, you know, if there is a reality where these two things are true, religion and a lot of the values that I find in my life to be true about religion are true, and also a simulation are true. What would it look like if both of those things were true and together, and one's not invalidating the other? Maybe people misinterpret because people are fallible and they, you know, they read the Bible or something, or they look into it. They don't see it the way that it, or they misinterpret, you know, they just misinterpret it. Well, what if that's the case? Because, you know, you look at it, you know, I look at my life the last few years, and, you know, I've had these conversations recently with a lot of people, and I run into people who don't believe in religion, and, or, you know, if I mention something about demons, they don't, and I even listen to myself, I'm like, if somebody doesn't believe in that, they probably think I'm being hokey, but like, it doesn't come from accident. It comes from just, I've experienced enough stuff where I can see when I'm, you know, following God's grace, or if I'm doing the thing that God wants from me. It comes in those little moments, these little things. If you're looking for it, you'll see it. Little signs, like looking up at the sky at the right time and you see a shooting star or something, and right when you need a sign, you know. Little weird things happen, and it feels like, and if you look at it in the aggregate, it's like something was looking over you that knew the whole picture. And this whole year's been like that. Like everything works way more perfectly than it should have if I was in control. I wasn't a lot of times on this film. I was making a lot of decisions. This whole year, though, things occurred where I just kind of opened it up to, all right, I'm going to open up to God. I'm going to leave it to you. I'm going to do a lot of the work. I'm going to listen and figure out what I need to do and take responsibility for it. But I need that guidance. I need you to kind of guide me in the right direction. And he guided me in a direction of things I didn't imagine were possible, where I met someone who needed help, brought them into the project, and they were somebody who was very important to the same person we were honoring. So we honored somebody and also helped out his protege and who was struggling. I would have never expected that to happen. And that only happened because I'm like, all right, I'm just going to live in the moment, do my thing. This whole year is about me living in the moment. I started listening to The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle, my favorite book. I've been sending that to everyone because, dude, when I started listening to that at the beginning of this year, a lot of weird stuff started happening, a lot of good stuff. I wouldn't be in a relationship if it wasn't for that book. I wouldn't be, I wouldn't have written my feature film the way that I did if it wasn't for that book. If I didn't learn to like live in the moment and the value of that, a lot of good wouldn't have come my way. But you live in the moment, you know your own responsibilities, you know that the right thing is to do. When you live in the moment and do that right thing, things mysteriously happen, and that's like God's grace. I've heard it, explained to me. It's like, God will give you something good, and you can either accept it or reject it. It's up to you. You didn't earn it. Mm-hmm. You'll never earn it. But like, He'll give it to you, and you can take it. And I realized on the way to like see my girlfriend yesterday, I was driving, and I saw, when I realized. I do this thing where I told someone, if I'll ask for people's permission for something, even if it's up to me. I'll ask, hey, is it cool if, I'll give someone chances when I shouldn't. Like I'll do a lot of things. I'll do a lot of good for other people, even if I know I probably shouldn't. And then I see what they do with it. If they're grateful and they are like, they are acknowledge or even acknowledge that like, oh, it's not up to me, it's up to you. Mm. I'm like, oh, that's somebody I can trust. People I trust do that all the time. If I do that and then somebody's like asking for more, or if they kind of like blame me for something when I'm actually giving them a chance to redeem themselves, or something, if they abuse me doing that for them, I know, oh, I after a while, I kind of pick up the pattern, and I'm like, okay, all right, this person's, I see what they're doing. It's not right. And that's taken a lot for me to like notice, but I've realized like it's okay to be kind, by default, but notice when somebody is, whether they abuse your kindness. Mm-hmm. And that's like God's. That's like, and somebody, I heard recently, sorry, what were you going to say?
No, I was just saying there's a lot of people out there who do that.
Yeah. But I heard somebody recently mention that they give, like, if God gives grace to me, I should give grace to other people. And I realized that's what I'm doing. I'm giving someone grace. And then I'm realizing God's a genius for that. Because you can give someone good things by default. And if they don't, they didn't earn it, then it's not theirs, but, you give them that, and they can either take it or not, and they take it by like doing the right thing. And there's been moments throughout this year where something was given to me of value, and I, in recent years, would have turned it away, not seeing the value of it. I would have rejected it, or I wouldn't have followed through with it. And because I've been in that position to make those decisions and accept that and do the right thing, my life has become way better than I imagined, but it's because I live in that moment and I just, see that. And as I had this revelation yesterday, I look up and the highway mileage is 333.
That number just keeps following you.
Oh, it keeps following. Also, when we were...
It's good it's not 4.
When we were driving... Oh, well, 444 is actually was a guardian angel number.
Yeah, but isn't it also like a bad luck number in Chinese?
Maybe.
It?
I don't know. I forgot. Something else I forgot. When we were driving home from the shoot, it dawned on me how much we had accomplished. What we just got away with, like a spiritual heist. As I was having this revelation, I'm like, Damon's behind me. We're driving home to my house. And I looked at my odometer. I didn't plan on this. I didn't know it. Guess what the number was? My truck. It was 7777.
It's so random.
Just, all right. It was almost like this was the most important. I realized at that moment, before I saw that, this is the most important thing I've ever done in life. Is immortalizing someone. And also helping their protege heal. Mm-hmm. Beginning of this year, one of the most compelling people I'd ever met died, and I was like, it just dawned on me. It's like, is no one ever gonna like know what just happened? Because I certainly do, and it disgusts me. Like, this person is gone. What? Like no one knows how. Like what this person. Was like how great of a person they were, and it's like
It's very upsetting to think
Yeah.
that somebody's life is just gone. I mean, when I'm not doing the acting or like the historical commission thing, I also, as you know, work with the Holocaust
Yeah.
Museum, and I'm considered an expert on a specific event of the Holocaust, Babi Yar. It's the bloodiest shooting massacre of the Holocaust, where less than 2 days, 33,771 Jews were killed, mostly women, children, elderly, ill. About 30% were children under the age of 8 left in the care of their grandparents. And it's just like this upsetting thing that, as I do research or I talk about these people, that I try to say the names of our family members. I try to say the names of the people that I know or that I've read about, that I've researched, because, they're not just this number, 33771. It's not just that number. People are not numbers. They're mothers, their fathers, sisters, brothers, their children, their grandparents, and they had dreams, they had goals, and it's just all gone. And that was, that's my goal with my work with the Holocaust stuff, is that I want to make sure that these people are never forgotten, and not just vaguely as this massacre, but who they are. And one of the projects that I've been working on, that I've been trying to connect my world with Holocaust stuff and with acting, is I want to write a feature on, I want to have Babi Yar in the feature, but not to be the main thing, because that would be the most depressing film ever created. There's no good ending. Like, it's
Yeah.
just death. There was some people who were able to survive, thankfully, but most did not. And but I want to do the perspective of the Soviet Jewish soldiers during World War II, and connect my mom's side of the family, my dad's side of the family, and obviously it would be based on real stories, but I would be puzzling things together and just kind of making things mesh, even though they don't. So it would, like I said, based on true stories, but not actually completely not a true film, if that makes sense, like a true story, and have the Babi Yar event in it. But like, my goal is to shed light on the Soviet theater of the Holocaust, but it's from the perspective of the soldiers. And there's a lot of Holocaust films, there's a lot of World War II films, but there's not a lot of films from the Soviet Jewish perspective, especially ones that are not made here. And from there, once I do that film, then do a Babi Yar documentary, because I've had this conversation with he is the organizer of the Babi Yar Memorial in the Philadelphia area, and he's like slowly passing down the reins to me. But I've had this conversation with him. He's like, we need to do a Babi Yar documentary, and I was like, I agree with you. I'm like, it needs to be done. There's one that was made recently in Ukraine. But, like, nobody from here is going to watch something, in Russian or Ukrainian.
Mm-hmm.
And I explained to him, I'm like, even if we make one now, people are not going to watch it, because nobody knows what it is. Nobody cares. If nobody knows, then, they're not going to watch it. And it brings me to this idea of, do you remember the movie Defiance?
Sounds familiar.
It was about the partisans. They were in the forest, and okay, well, great movie. But it was based on a book first. I mean, but people didn't read the book, because it's like, people don't know about it. They're not going to read about it. They're not just going to be like, oh, random, let me just pull this out from the shelf and read it. I read it in grad school because I had to. But after the movie came out, then people started buying the books. So my goal is to first have, the movie, and then have, like a documentary made on it. But, I mean, the memorial organizer, he says to me, he's like, I want to be a part of this, because I have, one, connections to like Russian film communities, and possible donors. And he's like, and two, he's like, obviously he's a Holocaust survivor. He was a child, during the Holocaust. Like, he was born in, I want to say he was born in 41 or 43. So he doesn't remember it, but his family fled east during the Holocaust. But he said it's very important to him because it's, it's close to home, but it needs to be done. And so that's something that I want to do. And I have all the stories. It's just like sitting down and focusing on writing it when my kids are not screaming in my ear, Mommy, do
You're
this.
also working on a different feature at the moment. You want to finish that first.
Oh, I have so many things I need to finish first.
Yeah.
Oh.
I know, yeah. No, that's like your... I've got one of these. It's somebody I referred to it as a Hail Mary project. You're just like, you're going to throw everything at it. And it's important.
Right.
And we're going to make it happen. We're going to make it happen someday.
Yeah.
I think you should direct it, though.
Yeah, I mean,
You write and direct it, even if, like, and if like, because, like, if depending on how things go, if I'm at a point where I can help you make that, like, I wouldn't want to be directing it, because I would be, I mean, I'd help in every way I, normally do, but it's like, I would want you should be the one directing that, because it's your story.
Right.
To tell.
Well, it's, yeah.
Well, their story, but, like,
Right.
you're the person to tell it.
Right. Yeah, I would love to. I think it's something important, and I already have, the museums like, well, we'll back you. I mean, obviously, like, the museum can't fund it because it's a small museum.
Yeah.
But, they can promote it. It's just, obviously, like, I need to sit and do it. And that's the hardest thing. And I know it's hard for everybody, but this year has been kind of crazy, where I feel like you're talking about Mike passing, and I'm like, that was this year. Like, so much has happened, and it just feels like so long ago.
Right when that happened, and, like, you got your, I don't know if you, like, you got your cancer diagnosis.
Right.
Am I allowed to mention that?
Yeah, we talked about it
Also,
earlier.
I'll send you this if there's anything we mention at all.
No.
You go through it. I'll give you, like, a week to go through this thing. If you want anything cut, just let me know. But yeah, like, right when that happened, like, you got your cancer diagnosis, and I just felt like, oh my God, what's happening? Why is all these people in my life, like what is going on?
Yeah, it felt like one bad thing after another. Like, my mom will talk about the hospital, or Richard will talk about the hospital, and I'm like, I don't remember that. I don't remember so much of what happened, and I feel like my mind has slowly erased things that happened.
Is that because of you're blocking it out because it's traumatic? I think
I'm blocking it out because I'll see something that will remind me suddenly of something, and I'm like, oh my God, that happened.
Yeah.
Like, I was going through the basement and I was cleaning some stuff down there, and I came across some picture frames, right, that are just sitting on the desk in a pile, and I'm like, huh. And I'm looking at them and I'm like, oh my gosh, my mother-in-law put these together for me when I was in the hospital so I could look at pictures of my kids. And I'm like, I forgot about that. And just like, I completely forgot about it. And had I not seen those pictures, I don't know if I'd ever remember it. And there's so much that happened. I was in the hospital for a month. I mean, that's a long time. I remember bits and pieces. I remember saying some crazy things to people. I remember I had this one nurse, and she looked like, oh goodness, what's the name? She was from Anne Hathaway. She looked like Anne Hathaway. And I remember telling her she looked like Anne Hathaway. And then I remember that she's like, oh, this is my last day. And then there's another nurse who came in, and we were talking about how we liked fried, like, buffalo chicken. And I ordered her buffalo chicken from, like, someplace that delivered. And, like, I remember, like, stupid stuff like that. and then that's it. And then I remember coming home, and I remember staying upstairs in the bedroom because I couldn't walk. Because I had kidney failure from the infection, I gained over 100 pounds of fluid.
Oh, damn.
Like, I remember my dad said recently, he's like, I didn't tell you this, but he said the first time I saw you in the hospital after all, like, everything that happened, he's like, I told myself, keep it together, Peter, because she can't see you cry. And he's like, it wasn't you. And I do remember this. I had shaved my head right before all this happened because, after the first round of chemo, my hair started getting, falling out in clumps and getting really gross. But I shaved my head, and I remember taking my hand and rubbing it against my head, looking down my hand and seeing like bits of hair, but not knowing what I looked like. So in my head, I had this idea of what I used to look like. And then I remember seeing myself in the mirror and being like, that's not me. Like, who is this person? Who is this over 200-pound person staring back at me? Like, I remember seeing the scale at one point. It was like 240 or 260 or something. And so I couldn't lift up my own legs. The nurses had to pick up my legs in the hospital. And then when I came home, my friend Frank, my best friend, one of my best friends, he was here for hours helping me up the stairs. And I finally got into bed, stayed in my room for a while because I couldn't get out of bed except to go to the bathroom and I needed help. I had a walker. I had to learn how to walk again. And I remember small parts of that, but I feel like so many months condensed down to just a week of memories. That's what it feels like to me. And I think it's a good thing that I don't remember a lot of stuff, but then I do. And then I start to cry because I feel, as selfish as this is, I feel horrible for myself because it was awful. But then I also feel horrible for my kids. I don't know how they, pulled through that. A 7-year-old, a 4-year-old, and now, 1-year-old. But and then I remember my mother-in-law saying to me, she goes, I think it's time for your kids to come home because that will make you feel better. And I was like, I can't pick up my kids or take care of them. And she goes, they will take care of you. And they did. And there were times though that part of it also was my medicine because I was on a lot of antibiotics and a lot of pain meds because my body was just completely in pain. And I would cry, and I would go to the bathroom and cry because I didn't want my kids to see me cry. But then they heard me, and they would come upstairs and they would hug me. Are you about to cry?
No, I'll be fine. I can't cry. I can't cry.
So they would hug me, and it helped. But it was so hard because I couldn't pick up my baby. When I was diagnosed, I was 6, and my baby was 6 months old. And I couldn't even pick her up, and she didn't even want to go to me. I lost that connection with her.
Oh.
And then for so many months, I finally was able to start walking again. I had walking with a walker. I had physical therapy who said I was not allowed to stay in my room under any circumstances. I had to come downstairs for everything. And then I remember being so embarrassed. I would walk up and down this street with a walker, and it was so painful to do so. But I did because I wanted to be with my kids. And I just remember thinking, my neighbors probably feel so bad for me, and I don't want people to feel pity for me. I'm embarrassed that I'm like this. Mm-hmm. And then I remember the first time that I had a connection with my daughter again, the youngest. I was sitting on a towel outside, and I made my husband bring her outside to me. I couldn't pick her up because my back was just killing me. Little did I know that I had an infection in my back too. That was, remember, the second infection. And, she and I were playing outside. And, and then, a couple days later, I was telling my husband, I was like, my spine is just killing me. It's pulsating. And everyone thought it was just because, I had so much damage to my back from the first infection. And we didn't know that it the little bit of bacteria went into my spine and ate through one of my discs. So I don't even know where I went, where I was going with that story.
No. It's
just,
don't worry about it. Oh.
Yeah, I felt like, I know you once said Instagram is toxic, and it is. But I would sit and I would look at people's Facebooks, I would look at people's Instagram, and I saw the world passing me by, and I'm like, I can't see my kids, I can't play with my kids, I can't drive my car, and I can't do my work. you know, I could do some like work on the computer, but like, I'm like, I can't act anymore right now. And I'm like, I don't know when I'm going to be able to do any of that. And it just felt like the world was passing me by and I was just sitting there. And, you know, like I said, I started to get better. I lost the weight. I mean, I weigh less now than when you and I met. I'm like, oh my God, I'm not going to even say my number. I'm not going to say my number of how much I weighed. But I am like 30 pounds lighter from when you and I first met. So I've lost a lot of weight. I also lost a lot of chest, but but
Well, you look great from
thank you.
everything you
with my
went
little
through.
blonde fro.
Yeah, I'm loving the new look.
You know what? It's so funny. My hair for some reason came back dark and curly.
Yeah. Is it so? It's not that anymore. It's going back to be blonde.
Okay, no. So I'm gonna explain this to you because, you know, a lot of guys don't know like women's like routines and stuff, like beautifying themselves.
Okay. Go into the
blonde.
routine.
I was blonde my whole life. My whole life I was blonde, and I think the darkest I ever was like during the winter time, like being dirty blonde. But Spider-Man, that's UPS. It's okay.
It's ups.
Ups, yeah. So Spider-Man.
This tail.
I know.
Aggressively curly.
And he has like a little bit of a mohawk on his back.
Sorry, you continue.
So, so it came back dark and curly. Well, first it came back short, and it was just not. It was like straight, and then it started to grow. And then I was like, "Ooh, I could do this faux hawk." And I had this faux hawk for a while. Then my hair started to get too curly for it. So then I was like, I got to just finally embrace the curls because there's no way to hide them. And if I start running my fingers through my hair, it actually like really extends out. And I don't know if my hair is going to start growing down or if it's just going to continue growing out. But my mom was looking at it last week, and Spider-Man, it's just UPS.
Shh.
It's okay. You got him. You got him.
You scared him. He's going. He's going to leave.
So my mom's looking at my
job.
dark hair, and she goes, I'm sorry, Jackie. She goes, I can't do this anymore. I'm like, what do you mean you can't do this anymore? She goes, your hair, it's really ugly. And I'm like, well, thanks. I'm like, it's not my choice either. And this is not against brunettes, but it was not a pretty brown color. Like my daughter, my oldest and my youngest have really pretty brown colors. They're like, you know, this goldeny brown. And then mine was just like mouse brown, like between this grayish brown.
It's because we're filming with mouses and good mothers. That's why.
Oh my gosh. So like it looked like field mouse. That's what it was. It was field mouse color. And my mom's like, I can't do this anymore. It's so ugly. And she goes, I'm going to go buy you hair dye. And I'm like, Mom, you can't buy hair dye because my hair is dark. It's not going to get light. And she's like, yes, it will. I'm like, no, but I don't want bleach. I'm like, my hair has been through so much. I don't want bleach. And she's like, I'm not going to bleach your hair. It's going to get lighter. I'm like, you can't just dye. And she goes, listen, Jackie. She goes, I used to be a hairdresser. I know what I'm talking about. And I was like, well, Mom, I've seen enough Brad Mondo videos that I know what I'm talking about. And there's this, I don't know if you ever seen Brad Mondo. He, during the pandemic, everybody watched him. He did videos where he watches women dye their own hair and he critiques like what they've done wrong. And then you see like the horrible results of these women. So my mom's like, your hair's not going to end up like that. So she goes to the store. She picks up this, I don't even know what she bought. And she goes, let me do it. And she starts dyeing my hair. And I see like in the mirror with the dye in it. I was like, oh my God, my hair's orange. Like you've turned my hair orange. And she goes, it's not going to be orange. Just trust me. She washes it out. And now it's like this color. So it's not my original blonde. Yeah. But it's like a step in the right direction. So better than
now, if you have to keep dyeing it.
You have to keep dyeing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the roots are starting to like already come, like a little bit come out. But my mom's like, every 3 weeks we got to, you know, touch it up. And she's like, next time I'll do is keep it on a little longer, make it a little lighter. I'm like, okay. So.
Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, like your hair changed color and now it's curly. It's curly because of?
So apparently that's what happens to a lot of people after chemo. Their hair gets very curly, and sometimes it goes back and sometimes it doesn't. But like I don't mind it. But, before when it was like Field Mouse and Curly, I was like, this is terrible. And I'm applying for all these gigs and I'm like, I can't get anything. And my husband's like, why, like, you were getting all this stuff before? And I was like, well, look at me. I was like, nobody's going to want somebody that looks like this.
Well, is it really that? I don't know. Like
It is. It's so competitive for women.
Yeah.
I feel like unless you've got like a specific look, like that's unique, you really got to stand out.
I guess it's me asking. The reason I asked that because I guess I'll do casting and whatnot based on like the person, like we hit it off when we initially talked on the phone, and I was like, all right, yeah, I want to work with Jackie,
Right.
and like I've always worked that way, and I think because of that, like I think Phantom Friend's the best example. We did not have a single person on set that was bad blood. All 12 people were really fun to be around. Everyone, like, there was no issues.
Right, and I think that's pretty consistent with like all your films. I mean, you've cast people based off of like what you want to see in the characters, and not like so much looks. But there's
that's not most of the industry.
That's not most people.
They just go on looks and
like not everybody, but like when it's not. There's a few people who are like that. When I say a few, I mean there's obviously more than a few, but like it's more common that people go based off of looks, and like obviously they're going for talent too, but like they prefer someone pretty. And I'm not going to use a specific example of somebody, but I feel like she's gorgeous. This one actress that we both know, she's gorgeous. She she's nice, but she's not great at acting. She's great at commercials, like so good at commercials, and I'm like, that's what you should be doing.
Yeah.
What's he barking at? Oh, it's still there. Okay. So, but when I see her in movies and I see her like the clips, I'm like, like she's a nice girl, but I'm like, it's really like she's not that great.
Yeah. Yeah. You ever find like, just people who are really attractive, they often become very disappointing when you get to them because they've been treated that way, like a certain way, because of their looks all their life. So it's hard for unless they've had like really difficult things in life that have like shaped their character, they end up getting away with being a certain way to people.
Right.
And I've found that to be the case a lot of times. Not all the time.
Not all the time, yeah, but definitely a lot of the time. And like I've met some actresses on set that are like so beautiful and then so shallow. And then I've met others that are like so beautiful, but they're like the nicest, like Shelby. Shelby is like the coolest person ever, and she's beautiful. Like,
she saved the film, by the way.
Yeah. I love Shelby.
I had to fire someone.
Oh gosh.
2 weeks before filming.
Okay.
And she came on board and like was a rock star. Like
she's a rock star.
If
like,
I didn't put her in the film, it would have been a disaster.
Oh, she was actually in the film.
Yeah, she's in the film.
Okay. I think I know who she replaced.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I don't know. I'm not gonna go into why, but I mean, it was more like just like 2 weeks before filming, like a bunch of things were raised, like concerns, like about the schedule length, the day length, which was valid, and I changed the whole schedule. And there was something else about like before that, it was like, oh, I can't do this day after this time, or I was like, that's fine. And then it was like the days were too long. I'm like, that's fine. And then two like back-to-back days of changing things, and like I changed the entire schedule, 2 schedules, the backup schedule as well. And then the third day, it's like, oh well, do I get my own bedroom, bathroom? Like,
that's kind of a weird like.
Yeah, and I called up like joking, like, you need your own bedroom and bathroom? Like, it's like, yeah, well, I can't do the film if I don't get it. And it was all because of sleep issues.
That's very diva.
But I don't remember getting like hearing about like I don't know if I was told there was sleep issues and it was like a literally like a legit thing, like that they couldn't work for like a certain amount, like over a certain amount of time, which like I thought was fine, but actually we ended up having really long days all 5 days. I was planning to just have like a few.
From what I've heard of people on film sets in Hollywood, like you live on set.
Yeah.
You live on set. Like you're tired. Who cares?
Yeah.
Everyone's tired.
I mean, I wanted to keep it more manageable, but like that shoot hit me like a train, and it just like it was the hardest thing, and we managed to by the skin of our teeth finish it. It's if I was limited to like the hours that the person needed, which were valid hours, 12-hour days, like we had to go way over that. Everyone was able to get like 7 hours of sleep each night, though. Like that was important to me that everyone got that. So it was like 8 hours between shoots, I think. But like it was long days, but it wasn't my plan. But it was like I didn't realize how much grief was going to affect the process. But the process was like we ended up with probably the best results I've ever gotten.
Well, you know what though? I feel like all of your shoots though, like they're long.
Yeah.
And you know, but I like it because like you're doing what you like.
Yeah.
Like when we did Good Mothers, like we were in that basement for a long time.
It was actually 12. Was it 12 hours?
It was a long time.
It was 12 hours.
With setting up and everything. But you know, like the only thing that is, you know, like
that was efficient though. I think
it was efficient because
yeah.
you know we only had that day to do it because you know the store would have been open, which would have been actually okay because.
And it would have been sold if we didn't finish it. We would have.
Oh yeah, it would have been sold, but I'm sure she would have. I'm sure she would have allowed it, even though you know she. but yeah, I just like when I'm on film set, when I've been on film set, yours, other people's. Like sometimes my mom nags me about like, why aren't you home yet? You know, the kids, like your husband, he can't watch the kids that long. Like, yes, he can. But the point is, when I'm on film set, I'm not like, what time? Like, are we going to be done soon? Like,
honestly, I was like, I was open to changing the schedule. I did, but I'm actually really grateful that she joked, oh, I don't know if I can do it if like, you know, I might not be able to do the project if I don't get my bedroom bathroom.
That's crazy.
I'm glad she did because it scared the crap out of me so much. Like I just did not trust her anymore after that.
Right.
And I hit up, I had within 3 hours or 2 hours, 3 actresses who were available the whole week who I felt could play the character and who were down. And I went with Shelby and
But you wanted to work with Shelby.
Yes, I'm so glad. I should have had her from the start, but you know, and like I just didn't. I wasn't sure because the character she's playing is basically me going to talk to the person who, you know, and I didn't want to like connect that, but I told her like this is what the character is about. Like before filming, like this, it wasn't my intention, but I do need you. Like
right.
You know, but I
think you made a good choice. I mean, I didn't see the other girl act, but.
Shelby's the best.
She's such a powerhouse.
Yeah, she oh my gosh.
Shelby, if you're watching this,
yeah,
you are a powerhouse.
There's comedic scenes where her character is playing another sub character in the film. So freaking funny, dude.
Yeah.
The massage lady she played. Her like legs, like she's walking around, her legs are like jiggling. And she's got this like I run a clean operation.
Oh, that's so funny.
It was so funny.
Oh my gosh. So it worked out for the best that she, you know.
She like yeah no the reason I bring all this up is it's changed the way that I go about casting. Like I used to be this way a little bit or a lot, but I'm actually kind of doubling down on this where I told Shelby like. I originally wrote Maggie with her in mind in my feature. Mm-hmm. She can play anyone. There might be like I think Susan I might be reserving. Like I originally had that Susan's reserved for someone else, but I actually might have you playing the therapist Susan if you're interested because I feel like you and Shelby are like the people who I can like count on or reliable or the people who are there present for me most. Like I hit you guys up a week later. We're reading the script.
Right.
I've been hitting up other people for 5 months. And I still haven't been able to read them the script, and I'm debating on giving them kind of smaller parts. I love them, but I need to make the film.
You need to make.
I'm sure. I know they have reasons for not being able to read it.
I understand.
I get
Everybody has life, but this is your life.
But yeah,
You
like
gotta,
it's
you gotta
like
do you.
I've kind of learned from Phantom Friend, the actors who take months to get back to you and read the script, they're not really as interested in, and they're not going to be as present, whether you want to believe it or not. I mean, well, they might be, but you should really be, prioritizing the people.
And you have to be able to trust them.
You have to prioritize the people who bite. Like that's why I heard like I had like really some insightful late night conversations with Damon on the shoot, talking about Mike. And it's crazy. Like we both knew Mike very, very well, and we've never met. And he's telling me his side, I'm telling him my side, and he's like saying, yeah, like Mike, invested in me because when I would bite down when no one else would. Like he would do the work. He would help Mike. He would show up. And I actually didn't. Like I didn't do it as much as Damon, and I kind of regret that a little bit. But I had my own thing going, and. Like I think Mike at one point wanted to, like he's talking to me about like, hey, do you want to go both in on like a podcast studio in Westchester? I'm like, it's 30 minutes from my place. It'd be extra money. I'd have to shell out every month, and I knew he was gonna dress up the podcast studio to look his way, and like I'm not gonna have any control over that, and it's just gonna be something we'd have to manage because we'd have to bring people in, and I'm like, I wonder if I should have just said yes and fuck it, let's do it. Well, but I never did.
You'll never know.
Yeah.
And like you can't live in this
regret
regret because.
No. Sorry, just fixing your camera.
You can't live in regret because everything that has happened has brought you to this place. And like there's so many things that I could say that I regret as well, but like coulda, woulda, shoulda,
Yeah.
And like unfortunately like bad things have happened, good things have happened, but like you can't focus on the what ifs. You have to only focus on the now.
Yeah. The present.
And then the future, like focus on what can you do to get to, the Cannes Festival, like what can you do to get to your Sundance Festival.
Right.
Like just do you, focus on you, surround yourself with the people who help you get there. I mean, like you're not using them, you're working with people that are going to help achieve those dreams.
Yeah. Like right now, my mission is I've been doing the most editing I've ever done in my life in the shortest period of time, because I'm like I've got lightning in a bottle, and all it takes is like several drives to fail. Damon's got to drive with all the footage. My girlfriend's got to drive. I've got like 2 drives and then a third in a fireproof safe. Like I'm making this fucking movie. But things can still get fucked, like if I'm not careful. So I'm being very careful with this one, more than I've ever been, and I still feel vulnerable to some like presence that's from
because
watching
it's so maybe there is a presence, but because this is so important to you that you're afraid that it's not going to happen.
Oh yeah, and it's like my life doesn't move forward. I feel like if I don't finish this, that's why it feels. My life doesn't move forward if I don't finish this film. I feel like because I have to get this film done. I have to. Like I don't move on to the future until I finish it. Like that's my mindset, and that's why you're telling me you're gonna quit the project jokingly if like you don't get a bedroom bathroom. You're fired. I didn't tell her that.
Right.
I went and hired 3. I found 3 actors who could replace her, and like I really don't trust that actress after that.
I don't think you should.
I don't even think I'm going to talk to her again. I'll talk to her. Like, but it's like.
I think we had a conversation about her
commitment.
When I got stuck in Harrisburg, and we were on the phone for forever, which actually ended up being like, even though I didn't get to that film set, like we actually had like this really awesome. I think it was 3 hours exactly the conversation. So, like
3.
I think it was.
Yes, it was.
I think it was. Oh, so creepy.
So funny.
So creepy. But you were talking about this person.
Yeah.
And like you were saying something like, I don't know if I can, trust this person for this reasons. And I was like, wow, she sounds like she has a lot of baggage. Like I was telling like this, but I'm like, go for whatever your intuition says. But like, because I don't want to be the person that like makes you miss out on somebody. But at the same time, she had a lot of red flags.
Yeah.
And she was very nice, but you know what? Remember when she said about my hair? Do you remember this conversation? Am I allowed to say this story?
Yeah. Honestly, I don't think I'm gonna watch my podcast and cut stuff out.
I don't think you should.
I don't, and as long as we're not naming the person, like
Right.
I think we can mention like,
Okay.
before I met my girlfriend, like I did
Right.
ask this person how I was interested in them, and I brought them on the project, and I was,
Yeah.
like but there is red flags,
There was a lot of red flags, and
I
should. You know what? When I met her, you introduced me to her, and we were talking, and she was saying something, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm in the movie Good Mothers, and she's like, oh, which one are you? And I was like, I was the one with blonde hair. And she's looking at me, and keep in mind, this is like when I had much shorter hair. So like,
Yeah.
this is when I had my little faux hawk. But she looks at me and she goes, oh, did you have a wig in the film?
No, she's
No.
nice. It was just like legitimately like commitment like issues. Like the thing with I think the thing is like I noticed like she was very interested early on. Like I mentioned reading the feature script to her. Very interested early on. Like, yeah, let's do it. And I like that. Like when I meet people who are like very like open and like let's do this early on, I'm like, oh, cool. This is somebody who's like who I could see being friends with. And
Right.
what I learned is she would do this, and then like, and she even mentioned it's like she would then pull away, like, and like later, and that's why she's been divorced twice, and gosh, she sees this. Whatever. I don't care.
Well,
you know
you're
what?
not saying names, and
We're
you
not,
know
not
what?
saying names. It's, but it's like, no, I get it. And it's like, and I wanted to, here's the thing. And I don't care if she's watching. It's like, I was investing in her. And I'm actually really pissed off about this because I was investing in her because I was looking to work with new actors, and I wanted somebody playing that character who I was looking to fill one of the most important roles in my feature. And I thought she would kind of become a person I collaborated with, like you or Suji or Shelby, like,
Right.
and she had the spot in my feature. And then, like, I think she didn't want to. She's like, I don't know if I'm going to read the script because I don't know if I have the part.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay. And then,
Kind of.
but there was that, and there was something else, and then there was like the 3 things leading up to the shoot, and 5 things happened where she like was like super gung ho about it, and then flaked on it. And then it was happening with the shoot 2 weeks before filming. And you know what? I don't care what she says. I don't care what you say. That like she kind of put the blame on me of like, I wish you told me this. Like I wasn't trying to do this. Blah blah blah. No, I don't care what you say. That's why I didn't ask you. I care what you do. Show me with your actions. And what your actions were is like throughout the process of knowing you, you would be like super interested in something and then completely flake on me later on.
Yeah, you can't have people like that, and like this is so important to you. This is not like you're putting together, like
This isn't.
a
Yeah, it's not a group
sandcastle.
project.
Like, this is
Sorry,
your baby. No, it's okay. This is your baby, and you want the actors. You want people who are going to bring 100% to the film set.
Mm-hmm.
Like you want people to bring everything that they've got and give everything that they've got. And I think we saw that actually, and like not to like sort of sidetrack, I think we saw that in the auditions that we had here. When we had the 2 guys audition, both were really great.
Yeah.
Both were excellent. But I think Jose he gave everything. Like you felt his heart and soul being put into this. And he was so like legitimately excited about it. And he was so thankful just to even be at the auditions. Like this guy is just so like genuine, and I like him. Like I didn't get to work with him on set like you did, so like obviously you would know more than me.
It was the best choice.
So you want people like that. You want someone who they get excited about the project and then they come and bring it their all. I mean, I have never, you know, I'm not comparing myself to Jose because he's just like up here. You know, he's so good. But like, I have never gone to a set like that girl and just like not wanting to give my all. I mean, she didn't actually make it to set, but like, when I commit to a project, that's exactly what I do. I commit. I don't want people to see me as somebody who half-asses something.
Yeah.
Like, once you do that, you get this bad reputation, and I don't like that. Like, I like, when I commit to a project, that's me. I might procrastinate. Like, I'm definitely a procrastinator, but, like, I do my best work. Do my best work when I've got, like, the deadline,
The deadline,
you know?
yeah.
But, I've never said that I was going to do a project and then like slowly backed away or showed less interest. Like I'm that annoying person who texts like the people. I'm like, what do you want me to wear? What time I should be there? Can I bring snacks for people? Like, what are you worrying about?
Yeah, I prefer that. It's much better because like knowing that you're like it's an OCD thing. Like
Right.
I would rather have the person who's annoying and like.
Sorry, somebody messaged. Oh, okay. Said on my way. Okay.
Yeah, like
Someone's picking stuff up.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, it's like I would rather somebody be annoying and just be like super involved.
Yeah.
I want you to be involved. You know.
Right. You want somebody to be excited. Like,
Yeah.
This is your passion project, and you want people who are going to be passionate about it.
Yeah.
And like I see people like Jose and I see people like Shelby who are like, you know, they're busy people. They've got lives. Is this guy coming to get his stuff? Is it a guy or a girl?
That's a guy.
Okay.
Yeah,
Spider-Man, he's just picking him up. But like people like Jose and people like Shelby who come and they just bring in, you know, everything that they've got.
Yeah.
And then you can't, Spider-Man, it's okay.
Chill, Spider-Man. Look at the tail. He's wafting his butt at me.
Well, it's a good thing he's not farting. It's a good boy. Did he get the bag?
I think, was it the bag?
Yeah.
Oh, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but, you know, so when I hear, I didn't know that she wasn't a part of the thing. I thought.
Yeah, no, it was.
When I saw pictures of Shelby and you mentioned Shelby, I thought Shelby was like helping with directing.
It was originally the plan. She was going to be like on set a few days, but then
Right.
Honestly, it was the best case scenario. Is like
right.
having
Now,
her.
I'm glad that it was, but my point is like, I just don't understand these actresses or these people who, you know, like just either half-ass it or they just don't bring their all.
It's lack of accountability, I guess. I mean.
Then why are they acting? Like, I get.
This person's used to commercial sets.
So what? You're still supposed to come and
but the
bring
thing,
your all.
yeah, I guess they're used to like they're not in much narrative, but you do narrative for the passion, not for the money or the cushiness. But like commercial actors are used to cushiness.
Okay.
They're used to the cushiness of 12-hour days, like Max, or they're used to the cushiness of having your own hotel and room and bathroom.
Okay. Oh yeah, because you have these companies paying for it. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't. I'm not. Yeah, like I mentioned it. I think it was brought up like the 12-hour days. Originally, I was naive enough to think we could do it in 12-hour days. I didn't know.
Right.
It actually ended up working perfectly. That like I had to replace the person because it's like I didn't know that it was going to be 16-hour days. I didn't dream of that.
Right. Nobody does, but it.
But it just became
happens.
that. It happens. The whole project just kind of felt like the writing, like it wasn't like a normal writing.
No, but that's how sets. I feel like that's how sets that I've been on are. Like,
but it was more. It was even more than like any normal set we've done.
Even if you have a schedule, like
Yeah.
you have a schedule, you always go off, and it's not just you. Like everybody that I've worked
if we
with.
did it, if we did it the normal way, like here's the thing: if it was like a normal project, I could have got that done in 3 days, I think, or maybe 4. But,
I don't know. You always go over, and this is not against you, but I feel like every guy, just every person that.
How dare you?
No, I don't think I've ever had a female.
Being a reverse misogynist. I'm just
No,
kidding.
I mean other than commercials, I think it's all been guys that I've worked with actually. I mean, except for like assistants and you know like, but yeah, I feel like everybody's gone over. I mean, somebody will say to me, "Oh, we're only going to be filming this for like 3 hours," and I'm like, "Yeah, okay, like 3 hours." No, I don't think so.
It did go over,
and then 3 hours
yeah.
turns to like 9 hours. So like whenever I tell my mom like I'm going to set, she goes, "Well, when are you going to be home?" I'm like, "I don't know." Like, this because, and it's not, like I said, it's not just you. Not the last film I worked on because I was just an extra in that, but the film that I was on where I did the film Inertia. Yeah, we were there for a while, but I mean, I was happy. I wasn't like constantly checking my clock, except for when I had to take my medicine at the time. But like, I mean, you're on set. I'm excited to be on set. And the craziest part is all my dialogue was in Russian. So, yeah, I speak Russian. Yeah, I can read Russian. But like, I'm not fluent in Russian. I'd say like proficient. And the craziest thing is the guy who plays my husband, like he's great actor. But he couldn't get the accent down. And he couldn't get get the words out of his mouth without like jumbling them. And so everyone turns to me, they're like, "All right, we're giving him your lines. I mean, we're giving you his lines." And I'm like, "What?" I'm like, I didn't memorize his lines. Like, I memorized my lines.
Oh, jeez.
And it's not in English, so it's in Russian. So I have to use like a different part of my brain. And they're like, "Okay." And I'm like, "Well, how long do I have?" And they're like, "Well, we're going to set up and then we're going to start again." And I'm like, "What?" So I don't know how I did it. And these are like words. I had to do a prayer in Russian, but like obviously like not a Jewish prayer because a Jewish prayer wouldn't be in Russian, it'd be in Hebrew. But like I'm like I'm gonna
just turn this down. Keep going.
I've never done this before, and it was awesome. But like I'm going off track again. But like being excited to be on a project, not complaining that you have to take on somebody else's lines, not complaining that you have to stay extra hours or do extra things or tack on another scene or do extra shots.
Yeah, you're being a team player because it's like you value being there and you value the opportunity, you value the the project.
Right.
And the person who's doing it, they bring you on and I don't know. Like I'm not an actor who comes and works on other people's projects. I just act in my own films. I'm not an actor though.
You're good at it though.
Oh, thank you. It's funny editing the film.
You were like, "Oh, I'm so good."
No, I'm editing it. I don't know. I'm not gonna say that, but like I'm editing it. I'm like editing me versus Shelby. It took me like 7 takes, and somewhere in there I had a decent one. We do 3 of Shelby, and that's all we needed because
Shelby's awesome.
All of them are good, and I'm just like, this is the comparison of like a legit good actor, Shelby.
I know,
and
not
then
a good
me,
actor. She is an excellent actor.
a great actor. No, like
Yeah.
I mean legit, like as in like she's a legit like
Well, yeah,
great.
but she's like, like.
I don't mean that in a bad way. No, it's great.
No,
like
I'm Team Shelby. Team Shelby all the way.
Team Shelby.
So, yeah. So like, I was excited to watch her film, but now I'm like even more excited to watch it.
Oh my gosh.
Shelby's gonna watch this podcast, and she's like, "Okay, I'm gonna put Jackie on like a restraining order list or something."
No. Oh gosh.
Yeah. So no. But yeah, like to go back to what we were saying, like about this that person, we're not knocking her. I feel like, you want somebody who's just gonna give their all.
Yeah. I'm frustrated because this feature, if it becomes big, it's like you were there. You would have like if you just proved that I could trust you, you proved I can't.
And you know what? That's a
okay.
shame. I don't understand.
It's okay, but
no, it's not
sucks.
okay. Actually, it's not okay. And I'm gonna tell you why I think it's not okay. And it's not like you might feel like no ill will to her, and that's okay.
Well, no, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna hire her.
No, you're not gonna hire her. And that's the thing. That's why I said it's not okay. She has made this reputation in your mind that you can't trust her. Mm-hmm. So what's gonna happen when you meet another filmmaker, right? And you know, they're like, oh, I'm working, I don't know which actress to hire between actress A or actress B. And, you know, you might be like, you know, well, I actually almost worked with this person and I, like, they fell through. And then they're like,
Yeah.
you know, that, like, I'm not saying that people spread rumors, but, like, your reputation gets around. And the reputation gets around. Like, here we are having this podcast, you know, like, obviously we're not using her name, but now I know, I mean, I know who she is, but now I know that she is not somebody that I would want to hire.
Yeah, it's... Yeah, it's... Like, I looked at it as though, like, all right, well, you know, did I do something wrong? Did I not? Was I not clear about something?
No, you didn't do anything. It's film. Like, when
Yeah.
there's a film, you can't expect that somebody is going to, you know, book you a hotel room. Like, be prepared that you're going to be, like, working the whole time. I mean, how does she think that these major, you know, Hollywood productions get filmed within, like, such a short amount of time? Like, there's some, yeah, that get extended for a long periods of time, but then there's some that they, like, push forward because they're working nonstop.
Yeah.
So, like, if you don't like that, that's fine. Like, go
Well, I don't.
continue
Here's
at
the
your
thing. There's
commercials.
legitimate, like, it's like an insomniac kind of thing. It's a legitimate health thing.
I have health things. You don't
Yeah.
see. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm giving them too much credit.
like, and I'm not
That's the
trying to.
thing.
I'm not trying to boost myself up here, but
Yeah.
like when I did the film Inertia, yeah, I was only in one scene. Okay, but like I was so happy to get that because, you know, it was my first thing to get after everything that had happened to me. I still had back pain. Okay, and this is actually before I had my tissue expanders pulled out, so I had to make myself even. But I had to take this horse pill, this like concoction that you could kill a lion with. This antibiotic I had to take, like, a normal dose would be twice a day. I was taking it 4 times a day. And I, you know, like, here I am just like not that long, like a couple months after being in the hospital second time. And, you know, like, I'm on set. I'm excited to be there. I wish I could be there in more scenes. You know, like, I want to get stuff. And, like, I'm not complaining to people on set, like, oh, woe is me, my back hurts. Woe is me, you know, like, I had breast cancer and I still need to get my heart surgery because I have, like, a hole in my heart, you know? Like,
Yeah.
you don't see me, like...
It really just comes down to, it's like, all right, you're gonna dig in. You're like, you know, I'm here for a reason. I'm here for my why. I'm not here for, like just because there's inconveniences. Like, granted, like, I try to, like, make it so that it's as, like, you know, I try to take it as my responsibility or be accountable for, like, oh, you need this? Cool, I got you.
No, and I get that. And
But it
you should-
became too much.
Yeah, like, I understand somebody being like, hey, Thomas, you know, like, I snore really loudly, so, like, maybe you should tell other people that. Or,
Yeah.
like, you know, I'm a very light sleeper. Like, do you have any recommendations? Like, is anybody, like, that I can room with that doesn't snore? Or, you know, like, something stupid like that. Okay, like, even I wouldn't say anything. But, like, I don't know. Or, like, okay, let's say you had hired me. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
let's say you had hired me. I would like to, and like, let's say this was back when I was taking my antibiotics. I would have been like, hey, Thomas, you know, just as a heads up, I do have to take my antibiotics at 3 a.m., 9 a.m., 3 p.m., 9 p.m. Like, just as a heads up. Like,
Yeah.
that's what I would tell you.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be like, hey, Thomas, you need to accommodate for me. And I need you to, like, have an assistant on set that is going to have a timer so that they can quietly tell, like, you know.
All right, hold on. When we showed up to the location, I found the bedroom and bathroom that would have been suited the person.
Was
like
it awesome?
It was. I mean, yeah, it was like there was a one bedroom, like one bedroom with its own bathroom, I think, and it would have been perfect for her. But one of the other things was, like, she needed 12-hour days and then, like, time between the shoots days because she had work to do for a job on our film.
Okay.
So 2 hours of her days on our sets would have been spent doing that.
Yeah.
Now, if that's, like, you need to spend that, like, doing increments, I I need you there for the whole day.
I don't think
And I don't know how you're going to have any energy.
That's okay.
No.
I really don't think that's okay. Like I said,
Yeah, like no other actress I've ever worked with
No.
asked for that or ever was like, you have to do that.
That's like Richard, right? That like hit a job. This is a job.
Yeah.
Working for you was a job. This is not a playtime. This is not a hobby. Okay, this is a job. This is a job for you. This is a job for all the actors and all the people who are there, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. So my husband, Richard, when he is on the clock, he is on the clock. He is not like, he's not like, hey, to my boss, his boss, I need 2 hours so I can do my other job, and I got to do some paperwork for it. Like, he'd be fired.
Yeah.
It's a job. And that's what I don't understand. I think a lot of people don't realize, and then they don't put commitment to it. They think that this is a joke. Like, this is not. It's a job.
Yeah. I mean, well, what's weird is like, she was so gung ho to like from the get go of anything. And then it became reality of like, oh, I got to do this thing. And it's like, it really, and she wouldn't admit this, but like, she would not want to follow through, but I don't think she'd be accountable for that.
Right.
And so, yeah, I just,
like you said, it worked out for the best.
Yeah, it worked out for the best. And what's funny is like you mentioned Jose. When I drove home from auditioning him,
yeah, you felt good.
Felt good, but not only that, I got to Wawa and I went to pump gas, and all of a sudden, this bright flash of there's a old classic like red car that came up, parked, and I'm like, wow, that's a cool car. And all of a sudden, this bright flash of light, and then it goes away, and then this bird flies past my face, and then the loudest thunder I've ever heard in life, cracking, and I'm like, I need to go talk to that guy of that car. And so I did. I was like, oh, really nice car, dude. And but I got in my car, and then the song that came on was One Mic by Nas.
Okay.
And it's All I Need Is One Mic. And we just casted Mike.
Yeah.
That was like a weird moment.
It was also weird that he forgot his drink here, and then he came back.
Yeah. And we were tell him.
Yeah. Oh, and he's so happy.
Yeah,
I like Jose. He's so nice.
It was great picking him because like him and Damon got the bond, and it's like Damon's making a new friend who looks just like his mentor who lost. But it's like, oh, I didn't even tell you the prank they pulled on me.
Oh boy.
So on day 4, all I know is I keep repeating it because I'm fixing my microphone. Sorry.
That's okay.
There was I wake up. I hear I'm in bed still. The timer hasn't gone off. My alarm hasn't gone off. I want to stay in bed for 7 hours. That's my rule, so I feel rested. And I hear Damon's room is nearby, or Jose's room is nearby, and I hear Damon going into the bedroom, and he's like, "Oh, you're awake. I was gonna crawl in the bed with you or whatever." I'm like. And they're just laughing and joking about something like, and I'm like, later I woke up and asked Emma, like, did Damon try to go into Jose's bed? Is that what I heard? Whatever. And the night before, I heard Damon say, like, he was telling me, like, Jose told me, you better not like crawl into bed with me naked. I might think you're my wife.
Oh my God.
Like as a joke or something. And then Damon's like, I'm gonna do it. And we're gonna film it. And I'm like, please don't. And earlier, like a week prior, Damon's like, I need to fuck with somebody on this film. And I'm like, it might be Jose because he seems pretty chill. I'm like, please don't. And I go get a shower. I wake up, talk to my Emma, like girlfriend, like, are you like, is that what just happened? She's like, I don't know. And then I go to get a shower. I come out. And before I got out of bed, like I'm like, did somebody just come in the room? It doesn't sound like Emma, but I looked up. It's her bun. She's sitting on the floor. Emma's over there. Okay, but I was like, pretty sure somebody was in the room. It wasn't her. Weird. So I went to the bathroom, come out, and she's like, hey, I got a text from Jose, and I read it, and it says, I don't think I can do this project anymore if you're gonna have people on set who, you know, crawl into bed naked with you and film it. Like, what the heck, dude?
Oh no.
And
You probably panicked.
I'm like, oh shit. Damon told me he was gonna do this, and I didn't take him serious. Like, I just thought, like, okay, I guess, like, it's a joke. It's like, whatever. It's, you know, it's he must. He thinks he's cool with Jose. Maybe I don't know. Maybe he's reading, like, I don't know. I'm like, so he did it, and I'm like, so I'm like, okay, I gotta talk to Jose. I'm going around looking for Jose. You know, I see Evan sleeping on the stairs. I'm like, okay, I have to go find Jose. And you know, I talked to Jose, and he's just like, yeah, like I'm like asking, like, what, Damon did this? Damon crawled in bed naked with you? Like, he's like, yeah, like I'm pissed. And I'm like, and I'm like, all right, I'm like resolving, like he's a skater, he does weird stuff, like, I don't know, he, like he just does stuff like this. I'll talk to him, it will never happen again. You know, I'm gonna resolve it. I'm sorry, you know. And I found Damon. Meanwhile, people are bombarding me with questions for the shoot, and I'm like, I got to talk to Damon. I got to talk to, like, in private, and like I took him to, like, the massage parlor scene where nobody was, and like that room where we were filming that, and I'm like, we were about to lose Jose. Like, what did you do? You crawl in bed naked with him? Don't do that. And next thing I know, I've got cameras in my face. He's filming me. And then first Jose comes up. He's like, all right, stop. Apparently, like, they were originally going to prank me with something else. And then it didn't work. And he was going to go do that to Jose, but, like, Jose was awake. And then he thought, oh, let's have Jose text Emma, or then Damon, like, hid under my bed. So Damon was hiding under my bed. His leg was sticking out under my bed, and I walked past it when I talked to my girlfriend about, like, the text.
That's so funny.
But then he's like, oh wait, well, let's have Jose text you, and then Emma's like, let's change your name to Jose in my phone.
Oh my
So
gosh.
Damon texted her, and he texted Jose, Tom's gonna come to you mad. Just agree with him and just go along with it. Improvise, be an actor. And Jose didn't know what was going on.
Oh my God.
I went to Jose and fed all the details.
Impressive. That's impressive for Jose.
Jose, like, really, like, I did not, like, I'm like, he's like, yeah, like, I just, like, and he's like, I appreciate that, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I'm filling him all the details, and he's like,
Oh,
and then
I love Jose.
I went downstairs, and then, like, apparently, like on the there's BTS footage of all this. And, like,
oh, I can't wait to see
the one crew member, Emma, who's like not my girlfriend Emma, the other Emma. She's like, you did what to Tom? Like, he's already so stressed from the shoot. Like, so everyone's, like, ready for me to lose my shit.
Oh my god.
And, like, I go find Damon. And, like, Damon heard me talking to Jose. Damon heard me. Then I talked to Damon, and he's, like, expecting me to yell at him and, like, be mean to him. And he's like, talked to my girlfriend later. I was like, why was Tom so nice to me? like, and then he didn't even talk shit about me to Jose. Like, he's like, oh, like, he was actually, like, he's just like, oh, he's just a weird skater, dude. He's apologizing to Jose for me, like, or like he's like I did not lose. And then when I found out it was a prank, I was actually like I was like, oh, damn it, like, I didn't get pissed. Like, I actually was impressed because no one's ever done a prank that elaborate and worked. And, like, it worked flawlessly. So flawlessly that at the beginning of the story, I told you Evans was laying dead on the stairs. And I just was like, okay. That was the original prank. They were going to have me come out. They're trying to call me to come out. And Evans was laying dead on the stairwell.
Oh, I thought he was sleeping.
Or, yeah, sleeping. I was just like, okay, Evans is sleeping on the stairs. That's normal. I walked over Evans, dead on the floor, sleeping on the floor.
Oh, Evans.
Didn't think anything of it. And, like, I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry, Evans. He's like, why?
I love Evans.
I felt so bad. I completely ignored him. I was so focused on Jose that I completely bought into the illusion that Jose was gonna quit, and, like, Damon, like, did this thing, and I'm like, we're on day 4. We can't do this right now, man. Like,
Even Spider-Man's concerned.
I felt so, like, bad because I was like, when Damon told me, oh, I'm gonna do this to Jose, I thought you do whatever you're gonna do. I actually was like, no, yeah, I guess it'll work. Like if you think, I mean, I just kind of, I assumed, all right, Mike wouldn't have bring this guy on my project if he were to fuck it all up.
Yeah.
So that's why I worked with him. I worked with Damon on a complete whim that I'm like, all right, this is beyond me.
It's so weird.
It was meant to be.
That it feels like you've known him for so long, like the way you talk about him.
Yeah. We've become like really close friends
That's
after
awesome.
this. Yeah,
that's kind of like what Mike wants.
Yeah. Dude, that's crazy. Here's the thing is like we had these discussions. It's like he's changed from the film. And I'm really proud of him for that. Like Damon, like he healed trauma. He was able to be able to be open with people. And like I was able to count on him throughout the shoot. Even though he was like really on the verge of like quitting or whatever, it's like because of how much fear was associated with this, he couldn't even be in the same room when I was doing the scenes where I was saying goodbye to Mike. Like he could not. He had to go to another room and break down and like process that. Like he couldn't. Like it was a lot. And oh, dude, it's like it's just the whole experience of doing that film and the fact that like we were able to help him heal and all the not only that, all the cast and crew were hanging out and we were just all chilling, listening to him.
You guys made family.
It became a family there, and everyone was like, the morale was so high because of it. Everyone was so excited. Like everyone was like texting everyone else like after the shoot in the group chat. I think I call it the Phantom Friends chat. Where like everyone just was so sad to be like not waking up and hanging out and joking with people again.
I don't know who's. It's my husband saying, "Can we come inside?"
Yeah, go for it. It's just, it was a magical experience, that film.
That's awesome.
Light down, I think to 5%. That one's fine. Fighting the sunlight.
The sunlight. This reminds me of like when we did Benny Boy, and we had to wait till it was dark out.
Yeah.
That was a long shoot.
Yeah.
And we had to turn off the heat.
It was like 14 hours. Was it 14 hours?
I don't know, but we
had
to
like
turn
18
off
hours.
We had to turn off the heat.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Got cold. Yeah.
Poor Spider-Man with his clickety clackities. We had to put him upstairs.
Oh, poor guy.
Oh.
He's quiet now, isn't he?
He is quiet. There's no ups here.
Oh. No ups.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that shoot was crazy. Like, and the editing it's been weird. Hoping it turns out right, and
I think it will. Like there's this idea
Hello.
that like, go ahead, come
you
on.
can come in. Thank you.
Oh, you're fine. Is she? Oh, did she eat at my mom's?
She ate everything you gave me.
Oh, good job. She's not shy.
Is it okay if she's on camera for this, or
It's fine with me. I had like the idea that like nothing good is like easy. Like everything that's good is you have to work hard for. So
you mentioned like we were mentioning like your Bobby R film you want to do, and like that I was mentioning that being like your Hail Mary project, and I've got my own one, and I've got this short film that I did, and I keep fixing my dang shirt. These things keep laying down my shirt. I don't want a V-neck.
do you wear your lanyard?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll do that next time. Yeah, then it'll have the logos. I'll figure it out. But yeah, no, it was an experience that made me realize, all right, like I feel like I went too close to the sun on this, but like I feel like I made it out. And it inspired me. I'm like, all right, I'm ready to do my feature. I'm ready to do a feature for the first time. And I don't care if it beats the crap out of me. But I know if I do the feature, I don't think I'm doing the World War II film after that. I think I'll do that like after the thing I want to do after the current feature is
my
sci-fi trilogy.
Okay.
I think I'm just going to go for it.
So have you written it yet?
No.
Or
Well, I wrote it years ago, and it wasn't what I wanted it to be, and I'm not even like none of it was useful. Like I looked at it years later, and it was drivel, but it has the seeds for what I want to create, I think. And I'm gonna write it all 3 parts, all 3 films in one go and shoot it all in one go. But I feel like if I do this feature, I'll be ready. And granted, I think I need to have some financial success from the feature in order to really support me and do that better. But yeah, I think the world's changing so much at this point where things that I told people 10 years ago would happen are now happening. And 10 years ago, I told people this would happen. And then people were like, oh, they'll never happen.
no, you made a short film, The Drone,
Oh, yeah.
right? And I saw that, like not when we first talked, because I watched a lot of your stuff, you know, like leading up to our conversation our first time, but like I saw it later on. And I thought to myself, like, that's creepy because that's like coming true now.
Yeah.
And, you know, like, I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but like creepy that
it
you,
would
like,
be even better than that. Like,
no, but I
like
know,
in
but,
terms
like,
of like,
what I'm saying is that you like predicted with your short film,
oh, wow. Yeah. That's happening with war.
right?
Whoa. I didn't even think of that. I
You
didn't even
made
put two
it
and two
come to
together.
life. You
Yeah.
put that out in the universe.
Here's the thing. I feel like right now, and all my films I want to be therapy films. This sci-fi trilogy is so dark and so it grapples with things that I don't think anyone has a clue that are the ramifications of AI and where we're going with the future, that I want to make that film so that I can make it into a therapy film. Like I want it to actually process, like, this is all the dark stuff that's going to happen, but hold on, here's some good that's going to come of it, and really give me the chance to spend like 9 to 10 hours creating a world of this future that could potentially occur or not, hopefully not, but like this is the road that we could go down, and this is the good, this is a lot of bad, but here's the way that the good can shine through it, and really be me trying to figure out what that is. Because I think like what for me, you know, we're getting into this world of like, you know, nuclear conflict and AI coming together for me.
It's
and
terrifying.
And I want to, I'm so unsettled by it. Once I make this therapy film about me and doing jiu-jitsu, I want to make a movie about all that shit and deal with that. And then if I get out the other side of it, then I'll make my World War II film the way I wanted to make it, with the positive route that I want to take it, rework it, and that will be exciting for me, and that'll be very rewarding for me. But it'll be good because I've already got my third thing set up after this trilogy. Like, I consider the trilogy one project.
Okay.
But basically the fifth film I do, it'll be 3 films, but technically it's a trilogy, but the 5th film will be the World War II film. But
Okay.
you know, so it's pushing that off, but honestly I feel like I can push it off. Yeah, hold on, let me fix this.
You got cheese on your face. Cheese, yes. So, you know, she said cheese just reminded me of something. Earlier today, Perry, the middle child, she was like, I know all about Seth. And I was like, what? She's like, Seth. And I was like, what? I'm like, you know, because you hear what kids say and you're not sure, like, what words.
Seth?
I thought she was saying sex. I was like, you know all about sex? And she goes, no. And, like, she was saying chef, but I thought she was saying sex. And Richard and I were talking about how Mila, when she was little and she couldn't, you know, pronounce words a certain way, she would call sticks dicks.
Oh, jeez.
And we were driving, and there was like really tall trees, and she goes, "Look at those big dicks." Yeah. Kids. They're fun.
Yeah, I'm like wondering when one day I'll be a father. I know that.
We don't rush it.
Well, yeah, I'm not gonna rush it.
Yeah.
I need to figure out filmmaking more and like get my life in order more before I could do that. But I was at my high school 10-year reunion recently, which is weird. It was so strange.
Don't even start. I missed my 20-year.
I could not miss this. I knew it'd be like a lot of weird interactions, and there definitely was. But like it's cool. What's cool is like I got to have some really cool connections with people that I actually didn't in high school or growing up. Like one person I'm gonna be meeting with Sunday to like hang out. Like he's been through a lot of like similar stuff as I have, and so it feels good to be like helping people and like being there for people. So that's been rewarding from it. But I definitely had some interactions where I was like talking with old bullies I had, and they seem cool now, but like I just couldn't continue talking to them because of all the memories. I just was like, one guy was really nice, like he seemed pretty cool. I'm like, yeah, like you seem like in my head I'm like, you seem nice. I just like, and I was like, I wasn't mean or anything. I did kind of wrap up the conversation a little early. I'm like, why did I do that? Like I could have talked longer to him. He seemed pretty cool, but I'm like, I just had this memory of him
it's hard to
calling me and this other kid who actually like has since like killed himself. A friend of mine who I wasn't really close to after, like I kind of had a falling out with him, but like I remember him telling both us like, the Star Trek convention is down the hall. Like I remember, and then like getting the whole class to laugh because like we like came in like with like binders that you hold at your side. We looked like really scrawny and white and like nerdy.
So
And
so you were like the stereotypical nerd.
yeah, or there was like a period of a year or so that I did look like that, and I was hanging out with the kid who was, and I just like. Yeah, like it was the perfect comment and made everyone laugh, and yeah, I just I remembered that, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna talk to you anymore. I just couldn't.
High school's brutal. Would you go back if you could?
No, I don't want to. Why? My life is way better now than it was. And also, here's the thing. What's crazy is I had a friend of mine who I cut out of my life when I started making films, and I was making films with him, and he started like being just a complete jerk and disrespecting me and like lying to me about stuff, and I had to cut him out. And I actually was I too harsh about that since I've had worse falling outs, And I was like, maybe he's turned a new leaf, he's changed. I get to go talk to him, and let me check the cameras. Yeah, maybe he's changed. Maybe like we're different people, hold on. Fixing the camera. Sorry. Yeah, he's probably changed. So I got there. I'm like, I expected him to be there because he was posting on the Facebook page, and I'm like, yeah, how is everything? No, I said, like, where's this person? And they're like, why do you ask? And I'm like, well, I thought he was here. Like, I haven't talked with him in a while. I just thought it'd be cool to catch up with him. Oh, he got banned from the reunion. I'm like, banned? What? What did he do? Like, and
banned from a reunion.
He apparently sent one of the organizers this message. I actually have it. I don't know if I should read it on the podcast, but it's it's so unhinged, and it came down to he added her on Facebook. And she didn't get back to him because it was 12 at night. He added her. And then 6 in the morning, the next morning, before she even woke up, he sends this unhinged message. Oh, I guess you're not going to like respond to me, blah, blah. Well, it's not like, I guess I'm not like,
tall, those people.
Tall, handsome, rich enough. I'm like this, I'm just a pro music
those
producer.
People are
all this
scary.
I'm just, I'm doing like, all this stuff about like politics. Like I thought you were a gun toting like Trumper and all this stuff. And I'm like, and then, actually, I don't know if I should be reading the message, but it's like,
oh my god,
and he's like trying to inflate who he is, like why? Like, why do you even bring up, like, and like, why are you so upset that this person you added at 12 didn't, add you back at 6? This is somebody I used to be really close friends with for a few years after college, like years after high school graduation. There was a period of years after high school where I started like not really, getting like distant from all the friends from high school and not really having any friends. Like there was a period of time where I just was very isolated, and I didn't, that was a really crappy time. So I started organizing events and being proactive and getting people together. Like, hey, let's do this soccer meetup every week, or let's hang out with. And so I was able to facilitate like a bit of a social life at the time. My social life kind of skyrocketed after I got into filmmaking more because I had all these friends from filmmaking, and things have been so much better now than they ever were. Way better than high school, and yeah, so I was like, maybe I was too harsh to this guy, and when I cut him out, and no, it's like, and apparently he sent these kind of messages to a bunch of his bullies, the cool kids, and it's like, you're gonna regret, bullying me, all this stuff, like, and I think really, like knowing him, him and I, like, we bonded over the fact that like we were really ambitious with like me filmmaking and him music, and I thought he would go places. He made himself out to be like way ahead of me in his passion, and he had, to his credit, he had like finished an album, made some money from it, few like decent money, I guess. He had like he got signed by someone, and but like I ended up getting him his job at a trophy shop. He needed a job at a trophy shop, and I worked there with him, and he still works there. Actually, I went back there to like get some shirts, pressed for my or get some design work, and I just, I don't know, like it was a weird friendship, and it was like,
it was just at the time you guys bonded, but like,
yeah,
it sounds like you don't really have anything in common with him.
Yeah, I stopped being friends with him because he was very like,
sounds very emotionally driven.
Yeah, I don't know. He started like being like, he started a podcast. I came on it, and they kind of like made me look like the butt of the joke a bunch of times on that, and I'm like, why are you doing this? Like,
is that to like inflate his?
I guess
himself?
I think so. Yeah, that was around when it happened, and I don't know what changed in him. Something changed.
I don't know, but you're talking about like how he messaged that girl, and it just reminded me of like the type of guy which I have in my head. Like, let's say for example, there was one guy where he asked me out, and he's like, "You're so beautiful, blah blah blah. I like you. I think we'd be great together." And then I was like, "Oh, like I'm actually dating somebody right now," and he's like, "You effing bitch," and like. I don't know why I bleeped out effing when I said bitch, but like, fucking bitch, like, no one's gonna date you ever. And then like, it's so like up and down, and they're like bipolar or something. Like, I don't know what it is, but it's scary. Like, those type of people scare me.
Yeah.
So I feel like you have to like just not engage and just kind of like deflate the situation and walk away.
Yeah, you like I learned that from, like, Mike taught me that, is you just don't engage anymore with them.
Yeah.
And I was, I was like kind of thinking like, maybe I can be friends with him again if he's changed. Maybe he's beaten down by life like lately.
We're all beaten down.
Yeah, we're all beaten down, but he's so, what I've learned is like looking at people like Damon. He's been through his own stuff, and he mentioned like he felt like he lost money because he stopped being grateful. And he's never going to be ungrateful again. And I believe that. I think he's on a really great path, and he's like facing himself, and he's like finally comfortable with himself. I feel like I was on that path for the first time more so last year, and like or especially this year too. But I feel like that's what. Hello. I feel like that's what this friend of mine, this ex-friend, is like missing, is he has, he might think, I'm sure he's like working hard and he's trying to do stuff and things aren't, he feels like things aren't going the way he wants in life, and he realizes like he peaked in high school.
Right.
Maybe that's what it is. That's what it seems like, because like he was posting commenting on the high school reunion and like all this stuff of like
Away from it.
something about sorry I missed this. I don't really I not on for social media, all this stuff like that. I don't know, something kind of weird. He posts a lot of weird stuff on social media, but it's like he would go I think he really he must realize that he feels he peaked in high school, but that doesn't have to be the case, dude. What's stopping you now from going and becoming better than you ever were?
Yeah, I mean, it's okay to be upset that like, hey, I feel like, I feel like I'm not where I want to be. That's okay. But there's like a difference there's two types of people. There's people who don't do anything about it, and then there's people who do everything that they can to get where they want to be. And like sometimes they don't get there, but at least they're trying.
Yeah. I feel like I don't know where he's at in life. I don't know what's going on with him, but like oh my gosh.
You're okay.
Sorry, this kid just face planted on the corner of the chair. You all right?
It's soft. It's okay.
Poor thing.
I think she got scared more than anything else.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Don't take her in the garage. It's so cold in there.
Oh no.
It's so cold in there.
Yeah, I think it's like he just, I don't know. I don't want to speak because I don't know his situation. I think he blames he seems like to be blaming the world, but at the same time he's the kind of person who thinks that people, blame. He's like, he always would talk about how shallow people are and people blame society, all this stuff. I think he's projecting. I look back at a lot of our friendship, a lot of the things the things he told me about society, it's true, but he's also projecting. Like, I feel like it's your responsibility to make people care. It's always been your responsibility.
Right.
Like, if you want people to give a crap about your work or your art, you need to become so good that they can't ignore you. It's your responsibility. And if you don't ever get noticed or become successful at what you do, that's not a chance. There's never an opportunity. There's never a moment where you should be casting the finger and blaming other people other than yourself. Granted, yes, you might not have the same resources as someone else. Granted, you might not be a nepo baby or whatever. You might not have the influence someone else does. The deck might be stacked against you. Great. If the deck is stacked against you, that's just more odds that you have to go up against and rise above. Every obstacle that you face is the way. You just use it and become who you're meant to be. And I thought he was that kind of person. I guess not. If you're going to be sending threatening messages to all these people at the high school reunion, because I don't know why.
Like, why are you still dwelling on high school?
I went not because like I'm stuck in the past. I don't like being stuck in the past. I want to be in where I'm at now. But I went because I'm like, there's an opportunity here to meet someone who I wasn't close to before, and I was right. Because I'm going to be hanging out with somebody soon who,
You were networking.
Yeah, I was networking. But the problem is, it's like, I wanted to go there because I knew one of the most positive things would be for me to realize, it all seems so big in my mind because it was in high school, but it was 10 years ago, and everyone's changed, everyone's self-actualized, and everyone's different now. The things that were big to you back in high school are no longer big. So it would help me to process all of those things that I don't even notice in my head of like, there's these little signals in your brain kicking off of like, oh, that's weird, don't do that. Oh, wait, why do I think that's weird? Oh, that's because back in high school I was made fun of for this. Or the little things that I wouldn't even notice. It would help me clear the cobwebs that I wasn't even aware I was there because I was so used to them. To go back and talk to these people who, you know, we met each other and got to know each other when we were at a weird time in our lives. And you know, we weren't who we wanted to be or who we knew we are. We didn't know who we were yet. And that's what high school is. It's just a pressure cooker of people who don't know who they are, treating other people the way they don't know how to treat, when they don't know how to treat people yet. And projecting your own insecurities on each other. And we're at a point where everyone has changed now, but we still have that baggage from the past, and we're all kind of just hanging out like, hey, like, I know we were, yeah, like you don't mention it, but like, yeah, like this person bullied you, or or some people did bring up like, yeah, man, I'm sorry for being a jerk to you, like. That was weird. That was cool, but then there was like some chick or whatever that I like I had a crush on her like back then,
like,
I guess I was kind of like, I guess I was awkward back then with her about it. Maybe, I don't know. Like she just kind of saw me and she's like, I don't know if she was like high or drunk or something. She just kept throwing this up, and I'm like, yeah, geez, I was leaving. I just happened to walk past her. I was leaving. Yeah, I don't know what she was. Yeah. She was kind of weird. She was just kind of weird about it. But it was like, I don't know. I think it was kind of like a put down. Like you're beneath me. I'm like, okay, cool. Yeah. Like that's what it kind of felt.
That it's still like some people are still cliquey, but
yeah. I think she thought I was coming up to her. Like I was trying to leave, but I think she thought I was coming up to her because I was like, was it like I liked her again or something? Like no. Like I kind of think I dodged a bullet if I did like you back in high school.
Yeah.
Like
God, you know what? People talk about like loving high school. I hated it. And I had so many bullies too, but I was a bully to some people too. Like people that I was friends with before, I'm not friends with now, and vice versa. And I haven't gone to a single reunion of mine, and we just had our 20th reunion.
It is definitely very it's good for there's a positive in that you can meet new people that you knew then that you weren't close to, or see friends that you had before. But yeah, like it became so exhausting to talk to people again. Like I talked to like a few, probably, I don't know, 10, 20 people in a quick succession, catching up, and I'm like, I got to a point where I'm like I started out hitting hitting the people or like talking to the people who I wanted to like talk to at first that makes sense. This person makes sense to approach and talk to. Like I went around like, ooh, I could talk to that. We had a cool conversation. And as the night wore on and I got more and more exhausted mentally and socially, the conversation started, like the people I was talking to started being like, all right, I didn't really need to talk to this person, but I'm just hitting the boxes, checking the boxes. And then my conversation ability started getting worse, and I started saying more and more awkward stuff. And then but before I knew it, I was no longer the self-actualized Thomas. I was back in high school by the end of the night.
But it's so hard for me to, like, you're saying you were such a nerd in high school, and it's so hard for me to believe that because.
Well, like, I don't know if I was a nerd, but I was like, there was the cool kids, the nerds, and I was somewhere in the middle, and no one accepted me.
I said she because my mother-in-law just texted, but no, it's hard for me to get a grasp on that because like. I think you're cool.
No, thank you.
I mean, like, but no, like, not just because I'm biased because I'm your friend, but like, I see how you talk to people. You have so many people who love you and like who respect you, and it's like that's hard to see. But like, obviously, you've evolved into like a more confident Thomas. You were just finding your way, which we all were. And I mean, I was bullied. There's one girl, I'm not gonna say her name, but she was mean to me, and you know what? Like, we're friends on Facebook now, and like completely different politically, and like, she lives out, actually I think near Reading now, but she comments on my stuff, and she's like, oh, you look beautiful, you go mama, like she's like she's very nice now. And I'm thinking, like, we all had issues in high school. And, like, I was bullied, but I bullied somebody else. Some girl texted me who I was friends with in high school. She goes, hey, you won't believe who I saw at my reunion, because she was a year younger than me. And I said, who? And she said the name, and I'm like, oh, my gosh, we bullied that girl. Like, I mean, I don't want to say like she deserved it, but she like, so I was on the swim team. I was on varsity swimming, and this girl was on JV. And, we would have swim meets on certain days, and we would have to leave class early to go to our swim meets. And she told this one teacher, we had the same teacher in common, even though like I was a year ahead of her, because I think I was in Russian class with this teacher, and she was in German class with this teacher. And she told the teacher that she had to leave extra early because she was like the MVP on the swim team. Mm-hmm. And when I heard that from the teacher, I started laughing out loud. I was like, no, like this girl's like, she's never going to be on varsity. Like she's terrible. And like, I remember saying that and like looking back, and I'm like, oh God, like I totally threw her under the bus to the teacher, and I totally should have just been like, yeah, she's a great swimmer. And like, and then she probably got in trouble. And then afterward, like my friends and I made fun of her, and I'm like, I was a horrible person.
Yeah, I've done
Horrible.
stuff where like, yeah, I was a jerk to people, and yeah.
I've tried messaging people and apologizing, but like nobody responds, and I'm like, wow, I was bad then. Like if I probably deserve to. Well,
I think it's more of like people don't want to like it feels, I guess, weird if like your bully reaches out and apologizes, and it's like, I guess it does take a certain level of like being able to face your fears to talk to that person. Like what's kind of funny is when I was doing the podcast with Mike, I told him a story about how I was in Boston. My dad and I were in Boston. I was going with him on his business trip, and I was in we were at this Marriott hotel, and there was the guy fixing the coffee machine, and I was there to get some coffee, and we just started hitting up a fun conversation about all sorts of stuff, movies, TV shows, and this is before I really was making films again, and since high school, and I got his card, but I never followed up, and I always regretted it. I'm like, hey, he seemed like a cool dude, like he was way older than me, kind of like Mike's age. Didn't really know anything about him. Just had fun talking, and it's like Mike was like, "See, you dropped the ball. You should have followed up." I found his card recently.
And you called him?
And I was gonna text him or email him. It's like, hey, I don't know if you remember, like, I'm a filmmaker, blah blah. Just remind him of the story, yeah. And here's like my film, so you can learn about myself, like so you can see who I am. Maybe it jogs your memory, or yeah, just email him out of the blue. It's been so long, years. Who cares? But it's like, I think that'd be so cool.
Happen?
Nothing.
Exactly.
Nothing.
The worst that could happen, you're back.
Worst is he's actually like a serial killer. I go do a podcast with him, and you never hear from me again.
No, I don't think so.
No, I'm just kidding. No, he's probably a cool dude, and it's like I think that would be like the coolest email to get. It's like, oh, we met at this place. And I'd just be honest, like I was a different person then. Didn't know how to face the fears of like following up a conversation, a connection I made, and I since you found your card, and I've had mentors teach me the value of making those connections. I just wanted to reach out and see how you're doing. I don't know. Just write something.
You never know.
Yeah,
you never know.
That would be so cool.
So years ago, when I used to teach in this after-school program, I met this one kid, one of my students, and he was just like above and beyond amazing, right? And he's like, I want to go to this Ivy League school, but I don't know if I could get in, And he was insanely smart. And I was like, wow, if he can't get in, like, who can, right? So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go look up the dean of this program that he wants to, like, it was the dean of whatever type of college in that university. And I reached out, had no connection to that school whatsoever, did not know this person, reached out to him and was like, hey, my name is so-and-so, my student is so-and-so, and he really wants to go to your school. Would it be okay if I connect you to? I mean, I'm like, I don't know either of you, but I have to tell you, like, that I'm impressed with his work, and I'm like, I never do this, right? I thought, what's the worst that could happen? Like, this guy just deletes my email, right? This guy responds back to me, and he's like, sure, can you give me his email? And not only did they connect, but he met that guy, and he didn't end up going to that school. He ended up going to a different Ivy League, but like now that guy works for Google. So now he has this connection forever. But my point is, but
no, that's good.
My point is, you never know what's going to happen. And like, I always have this idea of like, when I apply to even like auditions, right? I'm like, Richard, you know, like I'm not qualified. And he's like, so? I'm like, you know what? You're right. Like, what's the worst that could happen? They say no, right? That's it. Or they see that somebody is very interested, very driven in his work, wants to learn something, or they offer you a different role, or, like they put you on the back burner for later. Like,
Yeah,
what's
I mean,
the worst
anything
that
can happen. Heck, like if I didn't listen to that advice at Mike's wake, I would have never met Damon. Damon wouldn't have gotten, like, had that healing experience that he got on the film.
In Judaism, they call it beshert. It means fate.
Yeah. That's why, like, I actually titled the first podcast I did in years, I did with Damon. And I titled it A Fated Friendship. Because it really felt like fate kind of intertwined us because of that, and through Mike.
It's kismet.
I think Damon, like, I'm gonna keep having him act in my films, like my feature. I'm gonna have him. I got the pothead character friend who has a falling out, and then I got the jiu-jitsu guy, but he's got to start training in jiu-jitsu if he wants to transcend the stereotype of being a pothead friend.
What about Jordan?
I want Jordan. I'm thinking about Jordan for the pothead friend. I think that'd be so funny.
Oh my gosh.
He would be really so good with that.
I really like him. I think he is.
Or he could be Francois, the guy who starts, white knighting the Haley.
Listen, he has so much potential.
Yeah.
He has so much potential. And
which do you think he should be?
Well, I think if you put him as Francois, it's going to be more of a challenge, and I would like to see him.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's a short role, but it's like, I think it's kind of funny. Is like, I could potentially see him playing, like, being in that role, like in that as that character, like. But it's like he's like this impressive, like he's got it such a, like, he would play it in a way where he's very much, he's not some. Like, he's not. For the way the character's written, he could be played as a guy being a douchebag who's now dating this chick. No, he's being duped as well, and he doesn't know it. And you kind of feel bad for him, but he's being kind of a jerk to him. But you feel bad because you're in the same boat, buddy.
Right.
Wake up, like, what are you doing? That'd be great if he was. I think that'd be good.
Yeah, and I think the long hair will work for him.
Yeah, I think
I had a dream about him, by the way, the other day.
Yeah?
Yeah. I don't remember exactly what it was, but like it was not like romantic or anything like that. It was just like like we were working together on something.
Yeah. So. I had a dream the other day of nuclear apocalypse. I was like with my family and my parents. I saw my dad crying.
Oh my God.
And I was looking out. I see
terrible.
these like ballistic missiles flying up, and then I see a mushroom cloud, and it's like, oh, this is it. It's over. The world's over. And then I'm like, no, it's not. It's a dream. I can look at the mushroom cloud, and it's not blinding me. I knew that in the dream. I knew that if you look at if you look at it, because I read Annie Jacobson's book, Nuclear War: A Scenario. Nuclear bombs are 1,000 times brighter than the sun, because it's like having a sun but really close to you, and any light of any sort, or I guess I don't know if it's because of the light, the brightness. It's less power as it's further away. It'd be 1,000 times more powerful than the sun if you're looking at it. It just blinds you instantly. So yeah, like, I knew that I was in a dream because I wasn't blind. I could look at it. It just looked like a weak fireball. So I don't know. I don't know what that means. I don't want to know.
No.
I think it's really like a sign of, like, all right, I need to start doing that trilogy eventually.
Yeah.
Like, once I finish the current projects and before it, because if I'm honest, the World War II film, it matters a lot to me. But it was like a prep for the trilogy. But I like the idea of having the World War II film, if I can, be like, okay, once I get the trilogy done, you're not going to peak as a filmmaker. Maybe you did, but like, you're still going to have like this other film that's already kind of like, there's already emotional potential there. I know that once I do the World War II film, I've got like another idea, and this feeling of I need to do another trilogy, but I don't know what it would be. I don't know. All I know is like I've got these certain films that like have emotional resonance for me and importance, but then it's just completely open field. Like I don't know what's going to happen, and I guess that's exciting, because I think looking at the current feature I have written, I didn't know what it was going to be. I didn't have it. Like it started because I threw away everything. Mm-hmm. I was just like, I need to write something from scratch, and it worked. And I guess that's fine to just start with nothing. And you know what? If I write all the ideas that I have importance for, and I feel like I've emptied the tank of what I wanted to make. No, you never empty the tank. It's just you just keep showing up and doing it. But that's been a fear of mine. Is like this trilogy feels like that big mountain that I wanted to climb, and then the World War II films is a smaller mountain, I feel like. But once I climb them, it's like there's this feeling of then what?
With it, but okay, so you can't focus on the then what, because just focus first.
Focus on the now.
Yeah, focus on the now. I mean, yeah, you can focus on the future too. Like I said earlier, focus on now, focus on the future. But like, don't jump so far ahead. Like, what then?
Yeah, because you can't. Yeah, you're right. Because it's like I look at this short film. I couldn't work on the feature until I was done the short. I knew that, and as I'm getting done certain parts of the process. Parts before that felt really like so beyond me and so like how am I going to do that? They've managed to work themselves out, but they worked themselves out. I figured them out, or it feels like they worked themselves out. But I'm just doing work, and but they work themselves out. Like it's just autopilot sometimes. It's weird. It's like, but I'm active. I'm making decisions. But I'm very present. When you're doing that and you're involved and you're present, it's like those things that. If you can dwell on those things when like a while ago when it didn't really you weren't really able to make an impact, but that just weakens your ability to work on what you needed to work on at that time. So like if I work on right now what I should be working on and focusing on and work on that and then not really dwell too much on the thing in the future, except for what I should be dwelling on is like making a decision of like, oh, am I going to do that next? Should I be mentally gearing up and physically gearing up for that next? Like, I think I'm at that point where it's like, after this short film, knowing how I feel after it, imagining how I'll probably feel after the feature, it's like, I probably will do that trilogy next and,
get that next high.
Yeah, like I mean, it's gonna be, it's weird. It's like it's such a step up. Like doing this really tough short film, then doing this really tough feature, the first feature, and then after that doing a trilogy in one go. I mean, but it makes complete chronological sense. I actually like that more than just doing two features and going straight to that. I feel like, but more so, it's because so much is going on right now that is like I was predicting this. Like I already knew this was going to happen, and I just want to go back to that place where I'm trying to like forecast what's ahead, and turn it into what could potentially, if I play my cards right, be a very culturally relevant piece of work that could potentially be impacting many people. That's what I hope for. That's what I always wanted for it, and it could be my Star Wars, or
and we're
Dune,
we're so due for another cool. I had this conversation with my parents the other day. I'm like, you know what? I feel like there's no really, really good movies anymore. Like you have these entertaining movies, they're entertaining, but do you remember like going to the movie theater and just being so excited to see a movie?
Yeah.
Like that doesn't exist anymore. Or like just being so excited about something. Like I don't know, maybe
No, I think you're right. I want a Steve Jobs Apple Store the cinema. Like my thinking is create a movie theater chain. I don't want to name the name because I don't want it taken. But it's like I want to make a movie theater, just one movie theater with a bunch of theaters, turn it into like a private thing, like or my own business, and then we only play indie films by like filmmakers like where I'm at, and we like probably split the profit, like or split whatever it makes, like your film makes ticket wise. And if we can figure out how to do that for one movie theater where people actually are going to go out of their homes to go see these indie films on the big screen, and like how we can get that, do the marketing for that right, how we can, create the atmosphere of magic again, make movies great again.
Make movies great again. Yeah.
Make cinema great again. If we can figure out how to do that for one movie theater, then we go to 2, 3, 4, 5, and then scale the crap out of it. And, I think that would reinvigorate the film industry in a way that I don't think we've ever seen before. And
it's a shame because the film industry, not the film industry, but like
Hollywood's gone. Hollywood's done.
You know what? It's gotten so political. Like nobody wants politics.
Yeah.
Like I'm sorry, but like I don't want to watch a movie and then see like an actor up on the screen who has just like for the last 6 months, berated one political candidate.
Yeah.
Like I want to go to the movies and be entertained, but like really get excited about it. I want to forget about life around me while I watch that. And I'm going to bring up a movie and everyone thinks I'm crazy about it, but like crazy for liking it. But it's definitely got like a cult following. But this was like the last movie that I was super, super excited for. Prometheus. That was
Was that an
a
Alien?
Ridley Scott movie.
Yeah.
I love Ridley Scott. Ridley Scott, if you're watching this, please cast me in something. It's a Ridley Scott film, and it was basically the precursor to the Alien movies. It's like how life began here. And some people are like, oh, it's stupid, it's far-fetched, but I thought it was so cool, and it was different. And like I could watch that movie over and over and over again, and it kind of it's like it's got this sci-fi feel with it, with like the fantasy of like the alien, and you see in the end of the movie the aliens, but like I liked it. So like that was the last movie I was super duper excited about.
I'm trying to think what the last. You ever seen Everything Everywhere All at Once? So that won Best Picture.
Okay.
Good movie.
Is that with the guy from Indiana Jones who won? Okay, yeah. I have
Yes,
not
that
seen
one. Highly recommend that one.
Okay.
It's probably the best. But the other movie I'd say is the one I gave you guys, Nolan's Oppenheimer. That's my favorite movie of all time. Like, and it's not even because it was like, I don't even know if the popularity, probably a little bit, like, but it's more so, it's just like, it did everything I loved about Nolan films, but for the whole 3-hour duration. Like I love going and feeling like there's so many things going on. Like this is important, but I'm not sure what to be looking at, but I'll find out later. And that kind of informed my new style of telling stories and knowing that it's not about understanding, it's about feeling, and it's about, not creating a puzzle, but trying to create mystery and the feeling of mystery throughout the film. It opened the door to so many things in my process now. And what's funny is like that script the feature script I wrote and the short film that I wrote about Mike, they're both very similar in style, and they're inspired by like what I learned from Nolan and watching that film. They're both very long scripts. 20 pages, too long for a short film. 15 is probably as long as you want to go. It's going to be a 12-minute film or 12, 14-minute film once it's shot and edited. And the feature, what I realized, it'll be under 2 hours if it's the same. Wow. And that one, everyone told me to shorten it. I'm so glad I didn't listen to anyone. But I kind of I didn't know, but I kind of was like, I'm just going to make it the way it is. I don't know what's going to be. And I was right to follow that instinct. I've been realizing, like, there's been a lot of instincts that I've had in the last year or so where I'm just like, I don't know what's telling me to do this, but I know it's the right instinct.
Yeah, you gotta follow your intuition. Like, everyone's telling you how they want to do things, and like they're not you.
Like, for instance, like I didn't think it would be right to be. I wasn't sure if it was right to do directing and DPing. I did that for Good Mothers. It turned out good.
I thought it turned out great.
Turned out great.
Yeah.
Thank you. I did directing, acting, and DPing on Phantom Friend, and honestly, I'd say it's my best work.
It's awesome. I can't wait to see it.
It's, dude, it was challenging, most challenging experience I've ever been through, but I had the most fun that week of any time in my life, or just, it was the most involved I've ever been in whatever I've done in life, that film. And I want to chase that high again. I just want to keep chasing that high. That's why I love making movies. And by chasing,
why I love being in the movie.
yeah,
It's that high.
Chasing that high, you
high.
create something from it, and that's fun. And you create memories, and you create meaning, and you grapple with demons, and you grapple with life, and that's what's exciting about it. And you grow from it. And I've heard filmmakers say that filmmaking is not therapy. Bullshit. The best films I think that I've ever made, the most meaningful ones, were all therapy films. And I've only done 2.
I love
so far, or 3.
So I do like writing. I do like writing, but I love acting, and I like writing because I have all these ideas that I want to put down, that I want to see in film, but I also want to be in front of the camera because that to me is that high. I get the high from the acting. And I love being in front of the camera. I don't want to be in front of a theater audience, but I speak in front of hundreds of people and I'm fine. I just like being, I don't know how to explain it, but in character, I guess.
Yeah.
And I loved Benny Boy because it was my work, but I liked, acting in it because it was bringing it to life. But I also like helping filmmakers create their vision, by acting in it. Which also leads me back to these people who didn't want to be passionate and put their everything in their work. I don't get it because it's such a high to be able to help somebody get there with their work, with what they envision for their projects. So
yeah, I guess they haven't really, I don't know. This is why I like working with filmmakers or writers. Is they get it. They get the passion behind it, and they also bring something to it. I heard Jack Nicholson say, it's he was saying to Matt Damon or something, I wouldn't be here if I wasn't a really great writer. And then Matt Damon's like, oh, I get it. Because he had a story where he's in The Departed, he's there's an eighth of a page. It's oh, I'm going to be in the marshes. We shoot a guy in the back of the head. That's pretty sinister, right? But we can go even further. If you keep the camera roll, or instead we could put I'll put this guy in the scene with me, this other actor, and then there's a woman, and we shoot the woman in the back of the head. Now that's pretty sinister. But if you keep the camera rolling, I say this, and then he kept saying, but if you keep the camera rolling, and then he keeps adding things. So he added 4 things to that scene that was an eighth of a page, and then Scorsese took 2 of them out and just kept 2, the other 2 options in, but it made it work. And then it's she fell funny. Now that's a sinister thing to say because it means there's a certain way that you've done this enough that there's a certain way people fall. And it's and then they kept in the other line. It's Francis, I think you need to see someone. Which it works because the other characters are going, another character in the film is going through therapy, and the therapist is the other guy's girlfriend or whatever. It's God, it's kind of a funny film where all these things are closely tied together if you've ever seen it. But you have to work with people who get it and who are gung ho. And I'm at a point now. It's I think for my feature, my way of casting people is I'm going to be prioritizing who shows up and bites. Who bites?
Right.
If I say, hey, you want to do this thing, and next week we're doing it. I hit you up. Next week we're doing a podcast. Next week we're reading the script. It's I can do that. You're one of those people. So I think like it makes sense like if you're playing Susan, even if I wrote Susan for somebody else.
And then I could always ask Susan for some advice.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's so funny that you actually have a therapist friend who is.
No, I have stories about her. I love her.
Yeah.
I love her.
But yeah, no, I think it makes sense to me. Also, yeah, I'm at a point where I gotta focus on the sci-fi trilogy.
I wanted to tell you a story. You said you
Yeah.
focus on like getting certain people. The movie Hook was it produced or directed by Spielberg?
Yeah, I forgot.
But it was Spielberg, and Julia Roberts played Tinkerbell. Do you remember that? She had like the pixie haircut.
A little bit.
Okay. During that time, I think she was dating. I don't know how to say Kiefer Sutherland.
Keith Sutherland.
Yes, I think she was, and they were like toxic with each other. I think that's when they were both doing drugs. And she kept showing up on set like she was a big shot. Keep in mind at this point because she did Pretty Woman and a bunch of other movies. She was very well known, and she kept showing up to set drunk and unprepared. Yes, and sloppy, and it was a very rough time for her.
Huh.
And Spielberg said, "I will never work with you again." And to this day, he still will never work with her.
Yeah.
And she regrets so much what she did on set. But like as I said earlier, reputation. That's it. That's what happens.
Yeah, and you know what? I have those moments where, like, I feel like I drop the ball with someone, but usually it's because I get cold feet about doing a project. Like I'm like, oh, this seems interesting. Like I have a phone call, set up a deal, like set up a thing with them, and then I kind of realize, oh, this is not a subject matter I want to do. I've realized I'm not accepting projects anymore that have a subject matter that seems nihilistic or feels, like I recently a project came my way that was like to color grade it, and it was basically this person. It was basically like this person's beating up someone and using, like I don't know if I want to go into details, like just because I guess out of respect for the project, whatever. But it's like, yeah, it was really just violence and desensitization. It just didn't really. I mean, sure, there might have been like a subplot or backstory to it. I just wasn't. It wasn't for me. But I definitely. Like I've had other projects come my way where I was like screaming at the page, "This is messed up! Like what the heck?" And then I'm like, "Yeah, I can't do this." And I think there's a lot of positive that comes my way if I focus just on projects that are actually making the world a better place and other people a better place. But yeah, no, I had did I tell you there was a filmmaker who basically we were right about to sign the contract that I sent, and I've been talking with him for months, and he like it all fell through, and it fell through for the most aggravating reason. Like this, like I don't know if did I tell you this?
Was it the guy who wrote the really disturbing?
No, that was different. No, that was me and him didn't have a falling out.
Okay.
But this other filmmaker, I was actually talking with.
Wait, was this the guy that did it on like some weird film, like Millimeter of some sort? That was.
No, I
Okay.
don't think so. No, it was like some. It was this film. Basically, I was at a premiere for Suji and Greg, and he comes. I was actually having I was catching up with an actress who was like involved in that project, the worst project I've ever been on, and like like it was nice to talk to her again. We were having a great conversation, catching up, and we were having great, and it was great. And then all of a sudden, he and his producer come up and kind of wreck the conversation, but like because he's got a project for me. And so she's like, oh, well, we'll talk later. I'm like, I'm kind of pissed about that. And then, so he like tells me about this project, like, oh, cool, you have a project, I'll be interested. It's like, but and early in the conversation, we established that I'm not looking for lighting gigs. I'm just looking for DPing gigs. And then I'm like, oh, and I'm like, for some reason, it's like, oh, you're looking for a DPing gig. Like, that's what he's telling me. And then by the end of the conversation, like, no, we have a DP, we need a gaffer. I'm like, so you just steamrolled this conversation I'm having with an actress friend of mine. And then you wasted my time, even though we just watched a preview on the screen for my actor thing where I don't do lighting anymore because I'm the lighting guy. I don't like it. I just told you that. Why? Why? And like, whatever. And then I forgot about it. And then like a month later, he comes back. Oh, we had to fire our DP or whatever, and so we need a new guy. I'm like, cool. And I read the script. I'm like, it's nothing special. It's like, and I even told him like, I feel like it doesn't start until the end. Like it's just I don't want to say the genre of it, but it's just Mike Traits Matter Tube, 10% battery remaining. Hold on, I'll probably switch. I'll continue the story and then I'll switch back the lavs. Which one is that? It's one of yours, I think. No, we'll deal with it in a sec.
Well, I see red on this side.
Yeah. Let me switch that real quick. So back to talking shit about people.
We're not talking shit about people. We're just venting.
We're venting about frustrations. So I get like the script's not anything special, but I'll tell you if I'll ask the person like, do you want my input on the script? And if they want my input, I'll give it. But I'm like, I think you should make the film that you set out to make. That's the thing. Is like I think it's right to tell the person if they want to hear your thoughts, what you think, but at the end of the day, it's like if I'm for the script because of the way you're making it, because I get that you're trying to learn and by making a film that connects to you, and it's even if it doesn't really connect emotionally to you or whatever, if you're making something that is make sure the microphone is pointed up. There we go. Oh no. We'll get that fixed. Sorry.
Okay, oops. No, I touched the wrong button.
Oh no. Hold on. Here, I'll fix it.
Is it fixed?
I think it's...
I fixed it. No, because I pushed the one button and it just...
Testing.
Okay,
yeah, we're fine.
So
yeah, I'll continue telling the story, but it basically it was it wasn't anything special. But this is like it's a low maintenance, low budget project, low stress. Like I'm down for that. That's what was pitched to me. And I went to meet with him, and we had a fun conversation, talked about a lot of stuff. And what was interesting I learned from that meeting is early on he had me get on this Discord app and talk to like to communicate. I'm like, I know that group chat apps do not work. No one uses it. No one checks it. If you want to communicate with your crew, you got, especially at our level, you got to text people directly.
Right.
That's what I do. And I basically, but I'm like, whatever. It's no big deal. I'll do it. And every time I'd have a question, he'd be like, well, let me get back to you. I got to talk to my producer. It was a common theme where he'd constantly have to talk to his producer to get like permission for something. I'm like, I don't understand this. And what I learned from meeting with him in person is like, yeah, he's kind of frustrated because his producer isn't really holding up his end of the work. I'm like, it's your project. You wrote it, right? What did he do? That's the thing. It's your project. You need to make decisions. You need to go out and do the legwork, not him. Like you're just looking for somebody to kind of help support you but you need to do the work. Have you location scouted? Yeah, we've looked at a few places. I'm like, have you talked to the owners of any of these locations? No. Then you're not location scouting. Right. You're browsing. You're not even talking to the owners. And so like I'm saying this now kind of a little meanly because having hindsight of how this would end. But like I was polite about it. I was being there to be productive and helpful and doing it for like very little compared to like what I normally would like ask for, and it's like, but I'm there to help you, dude. Like I'm like, we're gonna make a good thing, and I'm not gonna come on your project and be that DP who tells you to change everything. I'm not gonna do that. Like I want to be there to support you and help you out. So, we basically, what is it? We basically, like, after that meeting, learning that he does, and talking with him about his producer, like he needs to stop like going to this producer, all that. You got to do it your own way. He kind of got that. I had so many other things to do that day. I was way too exhausted. I got home. I was so exhausted, emotionally drained. I'm like, why do I feel drained right now? Like this guy just drained me. I don't even know. Like it's just an energy vampire. And I didn't think much of it. And I mentioned to him like, oh, there's this a filmmaker who I reached out to, who's actually worked on Phantom Friend, who I'm become friends with. I'm going to be working with, and like, I think like I mentioned like, do you want me to bring her on? And he's like, oh yeah, like and he's like, oh yeah, she's hot or something. I'm like, okay, yeah. And I kind of like brushed that off.
Totally kind of inappropriate. Okay.
Yeah, and then I basically like was like, yeah, I'll reach out to see if she wants to help out. And he's like, yeah, it'll be volunteer. I'm like, sure. Yeah, and I reached out to her, told her, hey, like, this is a project. I'd be DPing for someone, and she was really uninterested on that, but she's interested in working on Phantom Friend, and I'll get to what I didn't know later.
Did she know him?
Yeah, she was that's why I brought her up. They follow each other on Instagram,
Okay.
so I thought maybe they've worked together, and didn't really think much of it. I basically tell him. We've been communicating, and he's has all these questions, and it's kind of getting draining. It's like all these things. I'm like. And then right after I asked him about that, I told him, oh, I talked to so and so, that filmmaker, like she'd like to help, or she might be able to help out. And he sends this like passive aggressive text about like I'm a producer might be in charge, but I have to make final say of like the crew and whatnot. But I know you understand that. I'm like, I don't think that was something that needed said. Like I don't know, like I did it because we discussed this.
Right.
And then like later it's like, oh, like he tried to, he's gonna like pay me less than what we agreed on. I'm like, no, we definitely talked about this, but you know what? If like I get it, if you're short on money, we'll go down a little bit. I'm not even really doing it for much anyway. I'm just doing it for the passion of it. And I shouldn't have done that. But I bargained down. I was like, let's do, for the editing costs, like we this, and then I'm like, I gave him a really specific number, and he's like, why so specific? I'm like, proprietary knowledge, none of your business. You don't.
Right.
Basically, I shouldn't have bargained down though. I should have stuck to my number. And then when we get to sign the contract, suddenly there's a new producer that comes on the project. I'm like, okay, never met this guy. Apparently worked with him on his last project. And then we had a production meeting on Discord, that dreaded app, and he's like. I actually don't really care about Discord. It's just I don't want a group chat. So no offense to Discord. Don't sue me. I'm just kidding. I basically sat there, watched this new producer who just came on the project speak for 90% of the conversation for this guy. And basically like go through the contract, and I'm like, why is he talking and not you? Like I agreed to like a low stress, low maintenance project, and it's becoming a burden to me. I have 35 swipes of messages between me and this guy. Looking back, I'm like, why are there so many messages? I don't even remember half of them. It's just like him having these insecurities. And, I just was like, all right, whatever, we're close to the deal. And then last minute, they're like, let's cut this out of the deal. And I'm like, hold on, that's part of this because I'm doing this. I only agreed to editing if I were using my sound. And I'm charging for my sound. And so, well, we don't want to charge that much. I'm not editing your project then. This is the deal. All right, and we'll just have you as DP. I'm like, at this point, I didn't agree to that production, that rate for DPing, knowing how this would be. I kind of stayed on the project knowing I was going to get more money out of this. this is becoming way too much. So I reached out, to the producer, the new one who came on. I called him like, hey man, I know there's nothing, there's no bad blood between us. Like I know I don't know you, and you don't know me. I think you came on the project and you don't know the nuances of a deal. Or I didn't say that. I basically was like, hey, there's a lot of things that we agreed on that are being completely forgotten now, and it seems like I'm getting kind of thrown in the dust here. And I know it's not your fault. So I talked to him first, make sure we're cool, and then I talked to the director, and it's like next I'm like cast aside, like I'm, and then they're going with the guy who keeps replacing me on films. And it's like that I get thrown off on after I get
following you everywhere.
After I get screwed, he ends up replacing me on every project. It's always funny. Like every project I get screwed. Oh, not everyone.
You should call him Timo Thomas.
It's I mean he's a cool dude. Like don't get me wrong, but it's just like why does he keep getting the jobs where I get screwed on? I don't understand. And then like what's weird is, and he does good work. It's like. But it's like, why? And
he probably does it cheaper. It's probably
yeah, why. And no offense to him, but it's like, yeah, it's like. So all this happened, and then I got to work with that filmmaker who I mentioned, like and she's like, oh, when you brought up his project, I'm like, is he in cahoots with him? Because apparently he's a misogynist. Mm-hmm. He was the director she was talking about who's like really misogynistic. And I'm like, no, I fucking hate that guy. I want nothing to fucking do. I don't want him on my sets. If I become very successful, he's never getting a fucking dime from me. He's never getting any work from me.
Okay. When we get off camera, you're going to have to tell me his name so I know who to work with.
Like, it's just, dude, if you were just like honest with me about, or I don't even know what it is. Like I don't know what happened. Like I don't know if I don't think he's a narcissist. He might be. I think he has mommy issues. Like that's my like take on it is that explains the misogyny. That explains why he needs a producer to make decisions for him. He can't make a decision. And I'm hearing that like this is kind of a trend with him where he does that, where it's like he will basically like not listen to people and then end up being wrong, and then it screws everyone else up. Like his last film was way too long or something, and it didn't get into festivals because of it. And I don't know. All I know is it was the most exhausting thing to meet with him and talk with him, and I was doing him a freaking favor. And then what was weird is like him and the producer are both like saying, well, you shouldn't agree to something below rate. Yeah, no, that's not the answer. That's not the answer at all. I agreed to something below rate because that's okay. Because when you do that, like suddenly the universe starts sending you new projects. Like it's the perfect way to start getting work is to do something for a favor for someone. When you put out good vibes come back. I was putting out good vibes because you needed somebody like me. You came to me with the right intentions. And I gave you grace, and you abused that grace. And you will never get work from me or an opportunity from me again. And it's like, this is what happened with that like worst project I've ever done before with someone else. They always start as like low maintenance, low stress projects, and then suddenly you're working for somebody who thinks they're a big shot film director who's doing this massive, Godfather level hit when no one knows who you are. You're not doing a big level hit. You're a nobody like me, and you're making something. We're here to just make films and be cool with each other. Like that's what it should be about. We're here to make magic happen, dude. And you're gonna become this really self-inflated person, kind of like my friend who lashed out at people at the high school reunion, where you're not doing this out of love anymore. You're doing this out of, I'm trying to serve my own ego. And you can't do that.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, like I really think it's what it is he's got some problems that he's got to resolve. I wish him well, but not on my sets. like I don't want you on my sets. And I've kind of actually gotten to this point where like there's been people who screwed over some friends of ours, like who I would consider being friends with before, who I'm not. Like I'm not going to work with that kind of person who's going to like deliberately, and it takes a lot to like really do that, to like be in that camp for me, where like you really have to just be doing it for days or months on end to like, and in ways where it's like, you shouldn't be doing this. You should know better. You're an adult. You know, it takes a lot to get to that place with me, I think. Hopefully. I don't know.
I don't know. I hope I don't get on your bad
No. You're good. You're good.
Or like other people's, you know, like.
No, it's really just you know, the one person, this other guy, and then someone who just was, I'd never worked with her before, but she like was rude to the cast and crew for days. Like she felt like she was doing them a favor.
Oh, I think we.
Yeah, you know who.
Okay.
And it's like,
You know. Yeah.
it was, and it really made them feel like their very expensive project was being put in jeopardy. It really was. And whether this person wants to admit it or not, it was. And I considered being, you know, friends and working with them again right around when I decided to have dinner with so-and-so and then same day my friend Mike died. I realized that moment was a sign. It's like, all right, those people who, you know, they are narcissists or they drain you, they're energy vampires. It's like, there's no time for that, man. There's no time for making movies that are nihilistic. There's no time for making movies that are, or just making enemies, I guess. It shouldn't be. And I don't want you to like feel like you're not in danger. I don't think, like you here's what you'd have to do, I think.
Stop feeding you.
No. You'd have to like really like burn me badly, I think.
Oh my God,
where it's like you know better than to like I don't know what it would be. Like it would be like, oh, we do a project and it's like, I deserve all this money and time and energy from me. You've never done that. You've never put me in a position where I felt like, you know, even if I, you know, made a film with you, it's like I never felt like I was, you know, being used. You know, I like helping my friends doing films with people. I just, you know, I don't know. It's just, this is where like you get late in the podcast and like and all the like whatever filters start going away. I hope I haven't said anything bad at this point.
Well,
but
you'll watch it and you'll say.
I don't know. Oh, I'm not going to watch it. I'm just going to throw it out. I'll send you it so you can watch it.
The one person who you had issues with that I also had issues with, like that was the one and only time that I have ever been kicked off of production. Ever. I'm like, ever.
It was because you're pregnant.
I was pregnant.
How dare you?
Like, and they changed it to a day that like they kept changing the dates over and over and over again. And then this person was like, okay, like I want to change it to this date, but I'm not sure. It's going to be sometime this week. What days are you available? And I was like, any day but Wednesday, because that's the, I think it was Wednesday or maybe it was I don't know. I was like, that's the day that my daughter has swimming.
Yeah.
I'm like, and I can't cancel it because I don't have anyone else to take her. And she's like, no problem. And then what do? Of all the days of the week, that's the day that they picked. And I just like I was so bummed that she's just like, oh, I'm sorry that like we can't work this out. And I'm pretty sure she didn't want me anymore in the movie anyway because I was so pregnant.
Yeah.
And I feel like I changed the vibe, you know, because it was supposed to be like.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It was supposed to be like.
See, I suppose because their DP made them reshoot the whole thing.
Oh gosh.
How dare he?
How dare he?
No, here's the thing. I gave you the footage. You had the finished film. It could have been.
Not criticizing you.
No. I'm bringing that up. They had the whole film, and they still reshot it.
Yeah, I don't.
It's like and not only that, like I paid for a bunch of stuff. Gosh, we're dipping into. This is where the filters go off, and you're like,
yeah.
like maybe.
No, I don't. We haven't said any names.
Yeah, we haven't said anything. Yeah, no. Maybe I should talk about this, but like not say names. But yeah, like all right. So yeah, basically, back in what is it? Mike's gone. I just want to make sure this gets on camera. Yeah, no. Basically, you know, I helped a friend of mine make a film years ago, and it just a year ago. It's like, and it cost me like $7,000, and was the worst experience of my life because I looked up to this person. I cared about this person. They were one of my closest friends. And, you know, and I there's definitely a lot of things that I learned that I could do better in life. Like, I learned a lot of lessons. Like, I learned that I definitely, you know, in that situation, you know, on day 2, I think, of the shoot, I became passive aggressive with her and she was yelling at me. And it was because I had just, you know, bent over backwards 10 or 11 times in ways I should have quit. Like, you asked me to, like, we had early on there was a location. This was red flag number 2 of 10. It was like, we had a location that was the perfect location. And the landlord found out the day before from the tenant that we're filming there, and basically said, oh, it's in the contract, there's a noise curfew. Turns out that wasn't true. Something about this guy seems kind of sketchy. He needed us to sign a contract that's like, all right, you're agreeing to pay this much. You're also agreeing to be out by his time, which would have been impossible for the filming. You're also agreeing to, like, you're basically agreeing to be liable for any damages, not in your insurance, not in your business, your LLC. Like, nothing covers you. It's just, it comes from your pocket. That was the moment I should have quit.
That's shady.
But like, it wasn't like, she insisted she was supporting me, but she really wanted to move forward. If you were really supporting me, like, you wouldn't have even humored that. Like, if
I'm just curious. Wait, take a step back. Why did the landlord even find out?
the person who owned the apartment found out, like, or told him by accident. Like,
That's so stupid. Like, unless it's in your
yeah,
you know, your rental agreement, no filming here. Like
yeah.
How are they gonna? I don't.
And yeah, so I basically, you know, I did the film, and like early on, there's things coming up and every time something came up, it's like, oh, I want you, like, let's get these kind of lenses, and then I'm already so stressed. I now have to do like a bunch of research on lenses that I know don't exist in our price bracket, and like find some way to make it happen, and like it's going to cost me a bunch of money. And it's like, no, we can rent it. But no, then I have to go like to, like I don't know what lenses on our price bracket you can rent and where to get, it's just, you're adding so much homework for me. And I'm already under so much pressure to do other things at the time. And like, it just kept coming up with things. At one point it was like my friend, we agreed to pay my friend $500, and then suddenly it's like, oh, we never had that discussion. It's in our text messages. I ended up having to pay $500, my friend. I'm trying to think. There was so many things that happened. The gist of it is, I'm trying to think. There was another one. There was the business insurance thing. There was.
That person fired the other actress.
Yeah, and I tried to, like, I was fighting to, like, not let that happen because, like, dude, like, that's somebody I want to work with. That you're screwing someone over.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm not screwing someone over. Yeah, you are. I guess I'm just so tired from, like, talking so much that I can't remember what it was, the details. But it's like, the way it felt is like.
They showed up drunk. Didn't they show drunk?
No. Oh yeah, she drank on set. Right before we started filming the first day. And also, like, she insisted on wanting, like, multicam, and I did the multicam thing, and it turned out like that wasn't going to result in the work that was going to be good.
And she fought you so hard on that, and you were like, it's not going to work out, and she's like, no, this is what I want. And then
I think I fought, and she was like, all right, let's just do it your way. And then I'm like, no, let's do it your way. And then I'm in trouble because it's like I basically agreed to do it still, and like I didn't really put my foot down. It's a lot of that. It was a lot of, I didn't put my foot down enough. I basically, you know, I knew things and I didn't put my foot down, and just the stress of it kept building and building and building. And, you know, I remember, you know, and she would kind of just waft this over me of like, oh, you know, I've heard from people like people asking like, what's up with that really grumpy DP on set? I'm like you see, like you like, and she's like, you're doing like people were telling her she's doing so good because she's so charming. I'm grumpy because it's putting me $7,000 in the hole, and I'm at fault for that, and you're not at fault for anything. That's how it felt. And it's like, and then something new would come up every few days.
You know what's crazy is that I did not, I mean, I was not on the other set. I was on, you know, we were at the church. And not once did I hear anyone talk about like, oh, Thomas is grumpy or Thomas, you know, seems off. Like, and you guys were already having problems, and I didn't, maybe I was just in my pregnant, like, la da 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 da, you know, over there, but I didn't hear anything.
No, I mean, it was like, I basically, I mean, I definitely look back, and I can definitely say without a doubt, like, I'm not proud of where I was at that time, you know, mentally or emotionally. A lot of things needed to be worked on after that. Like, I had to really go back to the shop or go into the basement, into the lab, and really just kind of, all right, I don't like who I am as a person now.
It's because she's a toxic person to you.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing: is like I cared about her, and it was me caring and trusting in someone so much, and then like that person who I thought would never do something like this to me, I realized like there was just enough. I wish I could think of what the exact things were, but it was just so many things where it made me feel like I'm suffocating.
She kept sending you text messages that were like,
oh,
really
I got 10, 20 messages just straight up gaslighting me.
I remember you sending me, and I showed Rich, and he was like,
and I sent you the emails that prompted that. Mm-hmm. What did like I don't know if that like really.
No, I think I don't know. I don't know if she showed her true colors then, or like I don't know what was with her. But it's strange because, you know, like I don't want to throw her under the bus here because I wish her well.
Yeah, I wish her well too, but away from me.
Like I just felt like for somebody so religious, you know, I didn't understand the behavior.
Yeah.
And how quick she was to throw everybody else under the bus to get like where she wanted to be at. And it wasn't necessary. Like, she could have just, like, let's just pick a day that works for all of us. Like, why was it so rushed that we had to pick a day, like, where she had to get rid of the first actress?
I think what happened was she was not used to the the emotions that come when you're making a film. Mm-hmm. So if you were to ever burn bridges with me or whatever, here's how it could potentially happen is you write a film that's very important to you. Mm-hmm. And this is basically what happened is you write a film that's very personally very important, and you think this is not going to go anywhere. We're just doing this as like an experiment to test, like we're going to make it for ourselves. I'm like, we're not going to do it for ourselves. We're going to put it out in the world. Oh, this thing that makes me feel vulnerable, I got to share with everyone. Okay, let's do that. And that's basically, I inspired her to write something like that. And then that was very vulnerable. She wasn't used to that. And so we basically started doing it. And, you know, everything she was doing on that project became very serious, which is good. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm very impressed with how seriously she would take things. And, you know, I learned a lot about filmmaking from that. How seriously it was taken. I'm like, this is what I need to get back to. Taking my stuff seriously.
Yeah, she said a few things that were very good. Like she was saying, like, Thomas, like, when was the last time you made something that was yours? Yes.
Yeah, that really was something about me.
Yeah. So like she did say good stuff.
Yes. She did it. She did, you know, prompt me. And this is me saying something very highly. It's like, if it weren't for that conversation with her, and this was early on in the filming,
you probably wouldn't be where you are right now.
Yeah, no, that definitely, like...
I remember you saying that to me, and like...
Yeah, I was stuck making films with people that... And well, I was stuck making films that
You were making films that weren't
of the best I could do.
Exactly. They didn't represent you.
Yeah, and I just, I learned that lesson from her, so I'm eternally grateful for that. But I definitely found myself in a position I'd never been in before, where I felt like I was trapped, where it's like, okay, this person, I've always noticed, if you want to have a falling out with me, drink when we're working.
Oh, God.
People who drink when we work, it's not even the drinking, it's the issue, but the people who drink when we work, it's always a symptom of, it's a canary in the coal mine. If you're drinking when we're working, that director who had a falling out, we're at the end of our meeting, he popped the bottle open, he's like, oh, is it okay if I drink? I'm like, meeting's over, that's fine. It wasn't fine, actually. Looking back, it shouldn't have been.
Okay.
Well, no, it was fine.
Let me let him out.
It was fine, but like, what was it? It was like, I guess it was a canary in the coal mine, and I didn't know it.
Oh, there's a
But
Go ahead. It's cold.
you're all good.
Yeah. He's fine.
Put this back on you. Hold on.
Oh, it went to you?
No, it just went to the wall.
Oh.
It was looking at the ghost. Okay, so yeah, I basically. Sorry, it's such a. I guess it's weird talking about it for the first time on like a recording.
What would Mike say to you?
Well, it's my fault, I think. I don't know if he'd say. I don't know what he would say, but I know, like, I knew better. I put myself in that position, and then I just had to like not engage with her anymore and just get away, and that worked. And it actually was been the best decision. And but yeah, like her drinking on set, and like I would talk to her. I took her aside and talked to her, and it's like, oh, I'm making her feel like a child because of that. It was the fact that I trusted this person so much and cared about them that suddenly they became this different person, almost like possessed, that they would tell me like, oh, you're like you're making me feel this way, or you're being such a bad person, Tom, because of this. When I'm spending $7 grand making or of time and money, I'd say a lot of time making this film for you because I care. Because you're my friend, and I want you to be successful. I wouldn't do that if I didn't care. And now you're using that against me. And I didn't know it for a while, for like a few months. Or I kind of knew it up front, and I would like lash out, and then I'd feel bad about it, right? Or I'd not lash out, but I would just be like, all right, I'd use negotiation tactics. I realized that negotiation book I gave you a while ago, I don't know if it worked. Because like I felt like I was trying to use the negotiation tactics in a Never Split the Difference by Chris Voss. It's like use labels, like it looks like, sounds like, or calibrated questions. I have to throw all that shit out the window because you suddenly become not present with the person. And that's the thing. I wasn't present with her. I wasn't present during that time. And I think that's a big reason for why things went the way they did. It's like I wasn't being me. I wasn't being there for her. I wasn't the same Tom that she was used to. And so that made things worse, is I wasn't present. And I think now I'm back to being that person and better, I think, hopefully. But it's like, it's, I look back at that and think, it was just a number of things that just compounded by day 2 of the filming. It compounded for months leading up to production. But when we finally did that, we did day 1. She's like, we got to reshoot all of it. And I think the problem was I just didn't edit it. I just cut together a rough cut, and she wasn't happy with it. Like, she didn't know that I could actually change the lighting and do all this stuff in post. I have the whole film. I could edit her film and send it to her if I had the time.
Well, don't do that.
Or the mal intent, but I don't care. It's like I could I could prove it to you if I needed to. But I don't need to. I don't want to. It's not my business. I could send you your film. There was a joke apparently on the reshoot, is like there's 2 versions of the film. Well, then why didn't she go with the first? Yeah. Because you didn't know it. Like if you didn't screw me over, it's, I don't know.
Oh, he's waiting.
Oh, it's raining?
He's waiting.
Oh, he's waiting.
Good boy.
Yeah, it's
still following me.
Yeah, I think the worst thing is I felt like I was screwing her over.
You felt like that.
Yeah, and for a long time after, I'm like, am I a bad person? Am I like an evil person? Because this person who I trusted seemed to think that I was this horrible person, and why would they, if they were so right, why would they treat me this way? But everything I've learned, like suddenly YouTube started sending me videos about narcissistic abuse, which I didn't know was a thing. I didn't know what it was. I'm like, oh my God, this is what I went through. And then like I started reading books, and I'm like, oh my God, like Psychopath Free or like all these spiritual books, and I started learning how to accept myself, and like started learning like self-love and shit. And I'm like, where was this all my life? Like, and what it's kind of come down to is like, yes, what did I like? Actually, you know, I had feelings for this person years back when I first met them, and I think that's, you know, part of it, you know. And it's like, you know, like we never ended up dating or whatever. I brought up it early on, but it's, you know, I basically, you know, I realized all my life I realized that this year is all my life I had chased people who were challenging, or like a woman who was challenging, when I should have been looking for a woman who was challenging me to be better. And I couldn't distinguish the two. And it's because like I read my script to Austin, and he gave me great feedback. He's like, you know, this guy is looking to meet women for meeting. He's looking to women for meeting, which is like going to the hardware store for oranges. And when he said that, he actually gave me a rosary after I left. And I drove home, and I saw this amazing sky. And it's my background. It's the first time I've changed my background ever since. And it's like, it looks like there's a road. If you travel down it, past the dark clouds, there's a light on the other end. And I was talking with the filmmaker who was very religious as well on the phone call while I took that picture on the way home from having that conversation with Austin. And later that night, I reached out to my girlfriend, who I was considering reaching out to again or something, and we've been dating since. And it's like I think later that night or another day, but I just realized like it's because I've always known love where I'm being criticized, and I'm always like I feel like I have to earn that love. And I've had to learn, it's like, no, you have to find love that, you know, you don't have to earn it. It's there if you want it. And that's kind of like God's grace. He gives it to you, and you can either accept it or not. You didn't earn it. If you feel like you're trying to earn love from someone, I don't think that's a good foundation. And I didn't know that for a long time. Like every person who I was stuck on, like for years, you know some of those people, like it's like, it was because it was challenging for me. And it's like, once that clicked, I'm in a happier place I've ever been. So that's pretty good. Yeah. But
I mean, all roads that you've taken have led you here.
Yeah. So I don't regret what happened. I'm grateful for everything that happened on that film, because you know, it taught me. Yeah, like I need to. I take accountability for if I was that grumpy DP. I'm sure somebody felt that way. Because day 2, I was passive aggressive with her on set, like, and it was because like I'm doing multiple jobs and I'm being screwed over at the same time, and
it was just, you know, it was.
And some people were working with me for the first time,
Yeah.
and since they've worked with me, and now I think they get like, oh, Tom's not a bad guy.
Right.
It's just,
no, I think it was.
It was the worst situation of his life.
It was rough for a lot of people. I mean, I don't know how she was with other people.
Yeah.
And she wasn't mean to me. I just want to throw that out there, that she was always very nice to me.
Yeah.
But I felt like, I know this was her passion project, and like she kept wanting to have all these rehearsals and everything, which is fine, but it felt like overkill. It felt like when you start to do something too much, it becomes mechanical.
Yeah.
And like that's what it felt like to me. But you know, I had a little bit of problems like memorizing, for some reason, the lines in her film. I just felt like it did not feel natural. And so I think that was pregnancy. I think that I had like there's this like pregnancy fog, and I totally
Pregnancy
had
brain.
that. Yeah, it really was. And so I think that's what it was. But and then when she was like, "Oh, we're gonna reshoot it. You're gonna take so and so's parts instead," and I was like, "What?" Like I have to now memorize a whole new. I mean, luckily, like I heard it so many times that it was not as hard, and so like I memorized it, and then only to be kicked off the film, and replaced by I don't even know who it was.
I think what I've gathered is from that is like she's kind of thinks like, all right, I can be this way to people, and I'm going to make this one and done film, and then I'm going to make my feature and just be an actor after that. Look, if you can do it, good, go for it. I wish you the best of luck. I pray for you. I pray that you heal whatever needs healed. I pray that you are able to be successful in your life. The bridge is, I don't think there's a bridge there anymore. It's kind of bombed out. But I think I've become more ingrained in this idea that the film industry is not the film industry we used to know. You want to go pitch your project, which is her plan is. That was her plan. It's like, I just need this short film so I can go pitch my feature that is, I'm like, she felt like she was on a mission from God. Mm-hmm. I do too. But if I realized, what's funny is this is why I need to rewrite my World War II film. I wrote this World War II film, finished it right before that film with her. And the World War II film is exactly what Walsh is exactly her. Walsh is doing evil in the name of God.
Right.
And he gets punished by God in the end. Mm. I want to turn it around and make it, they do good in the face of added adversity, but get rewarded by God in the end. I want to make it sentimental and optimistic and show darkness, but show light through it, shining through it. I don't know if I'm spoiling anything. I don't really give a shit. Whatever.
Well, I mean, nobody knows what you're talking about, so you're not
so that's
really.
fine.
They're not in your head, Thomas.
Yeah, exactly. So, I want to do something positive with it, but I realized I wrote that feature. It's like I manifested that feature into real life, and and God showed me this is what's going to happen. This is how that feels, and then I'm like, okay, all right, I get it. I'm going to rework this. Mm-hmm. I'm going to rework myself. I'm going to go through this whole journey of like growth and all this and like self therapy and read so many books on self-help and therapy and self-healing and all that, and I've become somebody who I don't even recognize, or I wouldn't have recognized back then, I don't think, in a good way. But it's like I wouldn't have all this self-awareness that I have now if it weren't for that, and so I'm grateful for it. But like, back on my thing, it's like I think the way where we need to go about filmmaking is all wrong from what we're doing. It's like I think my path of I'm going to write, direct, DP, act in, edit, do all the jobs that I want to do, have fun with it. As long as I'm having fun and I'm making my best work, I'm going to do these jobs and I'm doing my best. I'm really taking it seriously. I'm doing stuff that matters. I'm actually making something sentimental, not nihilistic, and something positive, and something that actually makes the world a better place, or is something God would want. It's like if I'm doing that, and then putting it out, I think putting it out myself, and not even I might try to kick down doors. I tried to reach out to Wawa to sponsor my Phantom Friend, so I could change some of the lines for them. Nobody reached out back again.
Really?
Yeah, I emailed them, but I sent the first email, then I sent the script, and then nothing.
Oh, you should have told me.
Oh, you know someone?
I don't. So they donated to our spooky event.
Oh.
So I feel like, they already know me.
Dang.
Well.
Wow. Well, I reached out, and Damon knew someone, but it was like his father, so it probably wouldn't have worked. But I thought about reaching out, and I tried. I didn't think to reach out to you, but now it's whatever. Mm-hmm. I mean, I would have probably been like, hey, can we get a sponsorship? Can you fund the movie, pay my crew, and then I'll.
I don't know if they do that though. I think they sponsor and food versions.
Yeah. Well, food was expensive on this, but you know, I've heard people say this is the best catering of any film they've ever been on. I'm like, fuck yeah. And I credit to that is to my girlfriend. She was a rock star. She cooked. It's funny, like I got a text message from Dame, and he's like, dude, your girl is like cooking us meals and like traveling and getting us food all week. I'm like you better not. You better treat her right.
You found somebody who supports you.
The whole week, she's like, you're gonna hear this a million times from me, but I'm really proud of you. And I'm like, dude, I got to sit on when we sat on the one of the beaches in the Poconos, like the fake ones, and I read the script to her, and when it got too cold, we went back to the place we were staying, but the cabin, and it's like, she and I were both thinking the same thing. We said the same thing. It's like, she's like, this is like you. It's like it's crazy that you wrote this because like I feel like it's like you manifested this. And I'm like, you're right. That's actually why I wrote it. I wrote this film about a guy who's like going to therapy, working on himself, and like finds a girlfriend, all this stuff, and heals from narcissistic abuse, because that's what I want for me, and it worked. It fucking worked. And it's funny because actually finishing the script and then reading it to Austin, his advice is actually the reason I finally got over myself and like got to where I'm at. So I'm like, okay, yeah, I had to finish that script so I could get that brutal honesty from someone and like change my life. So yeah, like it's been crazy and yeah, like talk about like life imitating art, dude. Like yeah, so yeah, back on. What is it? Yeah, like the film, it's, you know, you have to, I think you have to make films, and I'm thinking, I really keep thinking, do I want to even run my feature to festivals or just, or put it to...
I think you need to take first the step of doing your short.
Oh yeah, I'm finishing the short.
Right. And you want to send that to some major film festivals.
Yeah.
I think you should do that. With the idea that keep in mind that like, if it doesn't make it, it's okay.
I know what I've got. Yeah.
It's
if
okay.
It doesn't,
because sometimes like some stuff that I've seen, I'm like, wow, that's really good in this film festival. And other times I'm like, what's going on here, you know?
I know what we have. We've got something really special. And I know that there's people already who don't get it.
Right.
It's fine.
I think you were telling me about somebody was like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
I forget who it was.
A few people said that. But they're both, like, I wasn't, I think it was earlier versions of the script. But even then, it's like, it's, yeah. You know, it's like, I know what I've made. I've made the film I've been trying to make the films, I'm making the films I've been trying to make my entire life. I feel good about that. And so, yeah, no, it's like, it's whatever. I get it.
Are you getting Addison to work on soundtrack?
Yeah, I actually texted her. I was like unsure because I didn't read her text, read her response or message on set, and it kind of read like she's like worried like this, like her not showing up on set was like her letting me down, and I didn't respond for a while because I forgot. I didn't read the whole message, and then I read it. I'm like, oh shit, I didn't like. so yeah, she's working on it. I have to figure out.
She's very talented.
Yeah, dude. You ever heard her string quartet? It's so good. It's so emotional. It's so moving. It's like really raw. I hope that she like does the score of like the feature. Like I think I want her doing that. Also, I think one of your mics died. Hold on.
Spider-Man, stop shaking.
I can't stop.
Can't stop, won't stop.
So.
No, we were talking about Addison being just extremely talented.
She's really good, and it's. I honestly like. I'm like, I hope, like she's able to do this. Yeah, I think she is. She mentioned she is. But yeah, she's the best, and it's like it's great. Like ever since meeting her, it's like having my own like Hans Zimmer, and which feels awesome, and so no, I'm excited about that. I can't wait to hear what she does with it.
I may have to steal her for when I finish my features.
Go for it. Yeah. So, yeah. No, I think like yeah, we'll figure out like I'm focused on the short film, but when it comes to the feature, it's like I keep coming back to the like sticking with the idea of doing the film on YouTube, even though there's a part of me that's like there's a big fear that it won't become successful. if I do it through YouTube. Also, I feel like it would be better if it was to go through what is it? To go through.
Is your thing on?
Yeah, mine died. Yeah, I think I keep coming back to this idea of like self-reliance. Rely on myself to make my films the way that I envision, and embrace doing multiple jobs, doing different things, and I'm not. I used to be kind of concerned of like, oh, how do I make my stuff look like Hollywood level? How do I make my stuff?
But your stuff does look Hollywood level.
Oh, thank you. Yeah,
It does.
I think so.
And
yeah.
people have told me that. They're like, wow. And when we're at the film festivals, when your films have been there, like, it's like such a pride to see your stuff. There's been like a few other good ones, but like your stuff is.
There's a difference. Yeah, and you know what? I feel like it took me a long time to figure out how to do that, and a lot of work and a lot of heartache. But I'm at a point where I figure out how to do that, and so now like I'm going to be putting together a behind the scenes filmmaking course. I do the podcast, and then I do my films. It's like, and I'm doing the course in a way where it's like I just every so often I'll sit down and record for several hours of me just talking, and then I'll re-listen to that and then just do it all over again. And what I think the goal is like I end up with something that is, I spent like so many hours, maybe 100 hours recording stuff, but I only use like 5 to 10, and I give you the 10% or the 5% of all the ideas I spewed out of my noggin, and they kind of evolved as I did it. And I kind of realized like I came to these really simple solutions of, I'm giving all the advice that I wish I had that I never got, that I had to learn. That's what I teach. And really it's like you got to get down and do it and go make your film. Like I basically give you an instruction manual. What the gist is like go make a short film, and I give you all the ways you can do it to simplify the process for yourself and make it cheaper. But really it comes down to it's like you're going to learn how to do movies your way. And I'm basically arming someone, especially if they're like an empath or somebody who's susceptible to dealing with narcissists. You're going to deal with a lot of narcissists. I'm going to equip you with the tools of how to deal with them and how to know when you're listening to one, or how do you basically go about trusting your own instincts, because you need to learn to develop your own trust, your own instincts. One of the worst decisions I ever made was I made a short film that was what I should have been making. It was Feeding the Fire that I did with what's her name, and that thing was actually one of my good films, and it was it was a shame though. I started working with a DP on that who told me like to convince me. This is one of those people who drank during our meetings when we were working. And so that was like one of the first red flag moments where I realized that. But he was like, basically tore down my confidence for my script, rebuilt it up in his version. And next thing I know, I'm making this film for someone who, I don't really know, and is like, they're convincing me to change everything, and I'm listening, and it's my fault. But that actually costed me 4 or 5 years of making stuff that I wasn't passionate about. If it weren't for that, that wouldn't have happened. That really, just that experience, because everything that happened as a result of it sent me down this path. I'm grateful for that path because I've learned everything I've learned to be where I'm at now. I made a lot of projects, but I realized I made a lot of projects that, they're not me. They're good. There's some that are bad, or a lot of them are bad. There's some that are good. But the one that's me was Feeding the Fire, if I'm honest. Like that was me being me and making a therapy film. And that's what I like to do now. And like this short film is the first project I'm doing that really feels like that, I think. And then I mentioned this a few times hanging out with you a year ago. This is what I want to do, films that really mean something to me.
And here you are.
And I'm doing it, and it's like, was a year later, and it's like,
you made it happen, Captain.
And then I got the feature that's like
and then
I never thought
it done, and you got it done, and then you like edited it, and then
Yeah. Dude, I'm so excited about it. Granted, I could still screw everything up,
You're
but
not going to.
yeah,
You're
I
not
have to be weary. But no, it's I'm in an exciting place right now. I think, yeah, making like doing that feature will be, that'll be like, if this short film's changed my life, the feature will be, I can't really fathom.
Monumental.
Yeah, and then if that works,
And then
the
Nicolas
trilogy.
Cage will contact you,
Yes.
and then you will be like, I have an actress that you need to work with.
A friend of mine, like he called me by accident. Sorry, it was an accident. I'm like, dang it, I thought George Clooney was returning my call.
Oh, Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage.
But yeah, no, I think like I'm kind of at a point where it's like I think I want to make films and release them and depend on myself, because I find that there is somebody who I've been able to rely on when I trust their vision, when I trust their instinct, when I trust their work ethic, and that person's me. Like I trust a lot of people, like a lot of my friends like yourself. I trust you guys. When it comes to like doing the DPing, like all the hard stuff where usually you have to hire someone who will charge you like thousands of dollars a day or $1,000 a day, I can do their job pretty easily, and it's fun. It's kind of fun to know that I can do that. And then everyone's like, "Oh, like how do you do that?" You just want. It's easy. It's honestly, doing. It was the hardest week of my life, the Phantom Friend shoot, but I've never felt like it wasn't hard in the way of like. It was the hardest week of my life in terms of actual productive work. Maybe not the hardest week of my life in terms of like misery. I didn't feel miserable. I felt in control, although I was at the edge of my abilities. I felt like we were just on the cusp of I can screw this up, but we're also on the cusp of I might be able to succeed at this, and then we succeeded, I think. Mm-hmm. And that was exciting. That was, like, I had never felt a feeling like that before. Oh, that was, wow. Like, and then what's funny is, like, I'm working with all these people for the first time, or before, like, or again, and it's like the people who I'm working with for the first time, they've never seen someone do this. Like they're all like this, like they love the shoot, like it just was, but I know like I definitely managed multiple, like I juggled a lot of balls. I juggled a lot of balls on that set. I'm just laughing because we named the guy the ball wrangler because he had to keep getting the tennis balls. But yeah, I had to juggle a lot, but I'm like, you know what? If you're able to do that and you're able to do it well, there's like a respect that comes, and that's actually exciting to me. It's like when you're able to do something that people respect, and like just it's great to know like, oh, it gives you credit, like it gives you street credit. It gives you like people are like more willing to jump and work for you and do stuff for you. Like I feel like the more I do that, the more people are like, yeah, Tom's gonna lead the way. That's what I hope. It feels a good feeling if you're able to do that. So, but I'm trying to wrap up the thought of like, when I trust my instinct, whether it's to do multiple jobs or do this job or do the sound and post myself, even if I'm not as experienced as somebody else who I could hire to do it, is better than me, who's very talented, who could use the work, but like I want to be able to like have like I want to be able to save money for my films, and also enjoy doing the process and learn. Like if I give this job to someone else, like I was debating. This will be like the last thought on this, but it's like I was debating. Do I give like the sound mixer of Benny Boy did a great job. I like Michael Moen, and I so want to like I like his work, and I'm like, but I want to learn how to do that stuff myself. So I've been kind of torn. Like he can do it way better than me.
You like the challenge.
I like the challenge, but I can't.
You want to see if you can.
If I can,
if you can do better.
So I'm gonna not. But yeah,
I think that's okay. That's okay because like.
No, yeah, I want to be able to like know that I can do it myself.
You think people who do swimming in the Olympics say to themselves, I hope to just be as good as Michael Phelps. No, they were like, I want to beat his record.
Yeah, it was so funny if like we had Michael Moen doing the audio for the film about Mike, because he's gonna be watching it. It's like we're making a film about him.
It's funny.
But yeah, no, I think my instinct is telling me that like I need to learn how to self-distribute films, whether it's making a movie theater and creating that magic experience again, or putting films out into onto the web and releasing them that way, and then also using it to sell a course about filmmaking. I don't know. All I know is there's I think whatever the path is, like I want my films in theaters if I could, but I want to be in charge of my own distribution. I don't want somebody else. I don't think there's a chance. Probably not a chance that if somebody came to me and they're like, "We'll give you a bunch of money for your film, but we own the rights to it." I don't think I'd want to go for that. I feel like that the risk of that becoming like a death sentence to me is too high. It's like, you could shelf my movie, right? Yes, but we're not. How do I know?
Right.
And I don't trust the contract to tell me that you can't do that and I can't do anything to fix it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it also depends on like how important the movie is to you. I mean,
Yeah, the movie is. It's not about. It's I would rather take 10% of the money I could make, but have total ownership and control of it at the end of the day. Like if you could 10x or 100x the money for me.
it's for you. It's not about the money.
It's not about the money.
Okay.
Even though I'm Profitable Productions. It's Profitable Productions because I just want to be able to make a profit so I can continue doing it. But yeah. So, I don't know I guess if you want, we can wrap this up.
Okay.
Or if you want to continue, it's up to you.
Well, let's wrap it up so I can heat up food.
Yeah, do some food.
Some nummies.
My last question.
Yes.
Is, how would you title your podcast that you've done with me today?
How long have we been talking?
It's it might have been 4 or 5 hours. I'm not sure. I've lost track. Wait, when did we start? It was probably
I don't know. What time.
7:03 now. I think we got here. We started maybe around 2.
Oh my.
So it's been 5 hours. So
No.
I think I'll look. Dang.
I have no idea. I don't know what I'd call it.
Well, it'll come to us later.
It's kind of been like all over the place. Mostly what we've been talking though is about like just like the movies, and then also about like Phantom Friend, like you healing from, and it being like this healing process for you and Damien. So I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Maybe I'm just not exciting impromptu.
You're good. No, we've been doing this for 5 hours. That's why I didn't expect us to like go for 5 hours. It was great. I think it was a good one. We'll have to talk more about next time about like paranormal stuff and whatnot.
Oh yeah, my weird conspiracy theories.
Oh yeah. Oh, do you have one?
I have plenty. And people think I'm crazy. It's okay. I might be.
Said as she's smiling through curly hair.
Oh my gosh. I will have to talk about my stalker too.
Oh yeah. Did you want to talk about that here, or do you want to another time?
No.
Another time.
No, that's a long talk. Plus,
Yeah.
I still have to open up the letters from him. The last two.
Oh yeah.
That you're afraid
the poison.
It's not poison.
The arsenic letters.
No, because if it were arsenic, no, anthrax. You think they're anthrax?
Well, no, I'm thinking about arsenic and old lace. I always think about arsenic from that movie.
Oh, I thought you were thinking about anthrax because of like after 9/11, how anthrax went through the mail.
Oh no!
And it ended up being the guy who actually worked for the government.
Oh, jeez, that's yikes.
Yeah. Fun times.
Yeah.
Not so fun. I mean, people died. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was like such fine that they thought that. Well, at first they thought that anthrax could only be like if you open the envelope, but it was so fine that when it got stamped, it got burst, like it got spread out everywhere, and people didn't even know. And they figured it out by putting what was it? Maybe cinnamon or something. They like tested cinnamon in an envelope or something, and they used a post office press, and it like got everywhere because people who weren't even really handling the envelopes ended up getting anthrax.
Wait. They were using it on the stamp? Like, somebody put it on the stamp?
No. When letters go through, like, the post office, there's, like, this big machine that, like, stamps down on, like, an envelope. Like, it presses it, basically. It's a press. And when it did this, like, this heavy press, it went everywhere.
Interesting.
And it went, actually, like, through the envelope. So people who... weren't opening it, who just, were either, like, using machines or whatever, were exposed to it and ended up getting sick and dying.
Yikes.
It's a whole big thing. If you want to learn more, on Amazon Prime is, the first season is The Hot Zone, which is based off of the Ebola virus outbreak in the United States. There was, like, in the facility that had these monkeys. There was like an Ebola outbreak with the monkeys. So it's talking about like the origins of the Ebola virus. Mm-hmm. And then the second season is the anthrax. It's all based on like true events. Very interesting.
Yeah.
If you want to like not sleep at night or use the post office ever again.
I prefer staying awake in fear.
Good.
Well, Jacqueline Cherepinsky.
Yes. Thomas Prophet.
It's good
What's
talk.
her middle name?
Perry.
Wait.
Perry. Thomas Perry Prophet.
Perry?
Yeah.
Perry?
Yeah, the story behind that is I was named after my great uncle who he basically he was in a B-29 bomber and they were on a training mission and it went down in World War II. So we lost him in World War II. And so yeah, I was named after him. It was funny. Well, not funny, but what weird is like they didn't know about that they were missing until I think like a week later or something, or like a few days later. That like, they're like one of the instructors was like wondering why I guess one of the people weren't showing up or something. And they looked into it like, wait, that bomber never made it back from the training mission, so they had to like look for him. For the first time this year, I got to sit in the seat that he was basically sitting in.
Oh, that's cool.
So, and I think this coming year. My dad's talking about like we're gonna take a flight on one at World War II weekend.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm actually like nervous because are you sure you want the guy who's named after the guy who died going on one of these planes going up on your plane? Are you sure about that? I think I told them that. And they're like, they're like, yeah, it'll be fine. We check things. Like we're only fine. So if you don't hear from me after that, you'll hear news about some B-29 going down. Just know I'm hanging out with my my great uncle who I'm named after. Mm-hmm. It's funny. I've had a picture of him in my room all my life.
That's cool.
Like, and it's kind of like it feels kind of spooky.
Oh.
Like to have that like looking at you like, and it has like a special meaning, I think, because of that. But it's like, I wonder if one day I'd make a movie about it.
Should. Or put him as a character in one of the movies.
Is that your phone?
That's my phone. My phone is just blowing up. Like I have no idea what it's like a mass
I'm in a
text.
group chat for my Muay Thai, and it's so funny. Every time I check, it's like they're branching out and becoming like I feel like they're starting like a franchise. Like they're like we did a logo for the jackets or for the sweatshirts. Like they're like all like we should do like a commercial of like somebody getting kicked. Get Tom on that. I'm like. Like I'm just like what like I gotta get back to jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai. I haven't been there for a few weeks. I've been just focusing on my film. But all right, we'll wrap this up. Appreciate you doing this with me.
Of course.
And thanks for watching, guys.
All
or if you've watched this far.
Bye.